post-COVID, and also post-COVID, and also I think hopefully at some point very soon, post the Ukraine war. And so there really are three prongs to the rebuilding. One is investment. The other one is technology. And the third is energy access, which gets into a little of the developed and developing world concept that I just raised. On the investment side, setting aside the Russia-Ukraine crisis, markets were already in a supply deficit from the pandemic and also under investment. And I'm talking really here more oil and gas markets. When I got to the IEF, one of the first things I did because of the pandemic was to organize a report looking at investment in upstream oil and gas. And we joined forces with Boston Consulting Group, and in December of 2020 issued our first report on what we said was a crisis in investment in upstream oil and gas, and that it would lead to higher prices and volatility. Of course, during the pandemic, a lot of companies, but also national oil companies, so NOCs, cut CapEx investment in upstream development. And in both 2020 and 2021, it was about 25% from pre-COVID levels. This year is probably the same. It may be a little less. You're hearing some anecdotal evidence of some companies saying that they're going to be investing more, but really I think because of the still uncertainty about COVID and sort of the unlocking, and now maybe even the Ukraine Russia crisis, CapEx has really not come roaring back yet. And so when we issued this report in December of 2020, not really many people paid attention to it, because prices were lower and we were still kind of in the midst of COVID. And basically what the report concluded, and we did another report with IHS and Dan Yergin, which is now, of course, S&P Platts, this December of 2021, and both concluded the same thing, that we really need to increase investment in upstream oil and gas by at least $525 billion annually for the next 10 years to meet future demand forecasts. And this is while we're still pursuing net zero goals and climate goals. So I'm not talking about, veering off the path of climate progress and net zero. We recently, one of the things the IF does, because we are the producer consumer organization, is we conduct a trilateral working group with the IF or the IEA and OPEC. And it's a series of technical meetings to look at demand and supply forecasts, and also special markets regarding coal and natural gas, and physical and financial markets. We try to culminate it every year with something we call the IEF-IEA OPEC Outlook Symposium, which is held in February of every year. That is the outlook for that year, plus the short and long-term forecasts along the road to net zero. And essentially, one of the big takeaways for me, and again, this was pre the Russia invasion of Ukraine, and of course, all of the short-term scenarios are all sort of thrown out the window, and we're reducing, I think, supply and maybe demand forecasts for this year. But the medium and longer term forecasts, I think, are still pretty valid. And one of the big takeaways for me was that the fact that the difference between the highest and lowest demand scenarios. So, for example, IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, has a forecast for 2050 that shows demand for fossil fuels extremely low. And then I think OPEC has a forecast for 2050 that incorporates all sorts of changes to demand and energy mixes to meet climate goals, but they have the highest demand scenario for hydrocarbons by 2050. And the gap between the highest and lowest scenarios is 100 million barrels a day. Now that is the same as almost the same as today's global consumption. And I think I raise this point because I think if you're a company that's looking to make a final investment decision or on a major project or even, for example, on some of this CapEx decisions that we talked about, or a policymaker looking to to arrange a roadmap or recommend to different policymaking or regulatory bodies different pathways. How do you make these decisions with such great uncertainty between different scenarios? And I think this is a really important point, and we just have to get better about this moving forward. So that's sort of the investment angle here on rebuilding. We have to get more certainty, and also we have to just invest more if we want to avoid a repeat of what we saw last winter in Europe, again pre-Ukraine Russia situation, where we saw sky high natural gas prices, particularly in Europe, equivalent to $200 or $300 a barrel of oil. We didn't see those types of prices in the US, but obviously we've seen elevated natural gas and oil and gasoline prices in the US. But in Asia and in Europe, the high natural gas prices have really spiked. And again, even before the Ukraine crisis, was really in places like the United Kingdom, forcing families to make decisions about paying the heating bill or eating. And so the Russia and Ukraine situation has really just exacerbated that, and of course has added a geopolitical premium to it. But when that goes away, we're still going to be in a very high price and volatility environment. And the only way to address that is with more investment in upstream oil and gas. And you probably are not going to hear this from other international organizations, maybe OPEC, but of course people will sort of dismiss that as being OPEC. But we feel, because we are the producer consumer organization and we're a neutral platform, that we have to think practically and raise practical concerns, and our members want us to do that. So that's a big takeaway, I think, on this road to rebuilding. I think complementary to that is the second area I want to focus on, and that's sort of technology. And this is really based on the IEA technology report that was released in 2019. And essentially, the report said that in order to meet our climate goals by 2050, half of the technology, or half of the emissions that need to be addressed have to come from new technologies and innovations that are not either commercialized or envisioned yet. So I think this is an important point, because yes, we need more wind and solar, absolutely, and we need a lot more of it to meet our climate goals. But it only gets us to meeting half of our climate goals. That's with very aggressive, implementation and development of wind and solar projects. But there really is no current alternatives to hydrocarbon demand right now. And so what the IEA report said is we need to develop these new technologies, whether it's hydrogen or CCUS, or something else, fusion. And so one of the things we're focusing on at the IAF is to encourage member countries to invest in more clean energy R&D. And I've commended the United States government, the Biden administration, for their quadrupling, their budget called for quadrupling the clean energy budget in the United States. I think the goal is to get to $30 billion by 2030. France has come up with a new, under President Macron, it was announced during the fall or maybe even late summer of last year, this new industrial policy that envisions obviously a lot more nuclear, not just, small modular reactors and future reactors, but also new huge, major project types of nuclear reactors, but a lot of other clean energy initiatives. And it's it's a $30 billion price tag. Italy has something similar. And a lot of countries have it, but we're basically urging countries to really supercharge this, because companies are doing some of this, but I don't think we should expect companies to do the most risky parts of this clean energy R&D. And it's just going to be critical to meeting our climate goals.
I hate to interrupt for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
But first of all, simply to say that as a large fan of fusion and energy development, that's exciting news. But I also more prosaically want to let everyone know in the audience that we're going to be posting the CLE code now. So you'll have about 60 seconds for those of you who need to write it down to report your respective states. My apologies, Joe. Unfortunately, we're going to do this periodically because the state bars require that we post it during the presentations. With that, I'll get out of your hair.
Yeah, no worries. I'm familiar when I used to have to. I'm no longer an active member of the bar, but when I was doing CLE credits, I was always standing by for the code, so no problem. I think the two promising technology areas, and I'm sure everyone is aware of this on the call, is hydrogen, of course. The IF is now looking basically at the request of the U.S. government, was asked to develop a report on hydrogen and sort of what does the initial phases of a hydrogen market look like, and what type of business models and contracting models, and how does it look in the initial stages that provided the oxygen to become accelerated in the later stages. And so we're probably going to be releasing that in the end of May. So look for that, but we're doing a lot on hydrogen. And then the other big area, of course, is carbon capture, use, and storage, which I think is going to be a necessary requirement if we're going to have a hydrogen economy that is a low carbon based economy. So those are two areas I think that are very promising, but they're not really mature enough for wide uptake, economy-wide uptake in either case. And in the case of hydrogen, of course, it involves a lot more infrastructure and investment, even when it's perfected. The third area is that I wanted to sort of touch on is this whole idea of energy access. And I have to say, I really think this must be a key priority for rebuilding after COVID. Far away from Europe and Ukraine, energy poverty is affecting 600 million people, and it's growing. The pandemic has really widened the gap between those with energy and those without. Just to give you one small example, Heathrow Airport consumes more energy than the entire country of Sierra Leone. So there's a huge disconnect, I think, how Western countries view energy access and the real world in places like Africa. In South America, they're actually doing quite well on energy access, and I think we like to say that we're in sort of the last mile of making sure that there's energy access throughout the region. But in Africa, it's actually gotten a lot worse. And one African energy minister recently joked to me that we can't decarbonize until we carbonize. And that's sort of how they look at it. And of course, I go to a lot of energy conferences. I was in one recently in Dubai with the Atlantic Council. And one of the themes that was raised in regards to climate progress is we don't want to do more hydrocarbon projects because we don't want to have these stranded assets. Well, I think we have to be, and I think this is from Africa's perspective. Um, I think we have to be much more worried about now stranded lives. And this is a real world thing right now. This isn't, a hypothetical or academic situation. This is affecting people's lives. It's the uh, the lack of access to energy is causing deaths because of pollution, especially among women who are using bioenergy to cook inside homes, and of course dying because of the fumes from the cooking. And so there's so much more we have to do. It has to be a priority for the world, and it's something that the IF is focusing quite heavily on. Just to conclude, because I know I've gone on pretty long here, just to give you a current snapshot of where we are in terms of the markets. Um, one of the things the IF does is we host the Joint Organizations Data Initiative. We call it JODI. And it's essentially the production and consumption data that every country supplies directly, mostly through or other organizations that they work with, including the IEA and OPEC and others. And then we get it and we maintain it. Before I got to the IAF, we just basically put all the information on a website for the public to view. And of course, a lot of media organizations download the information immediately and publicize it. But now we're starting to do a lot more, I think, on analyzing the data at the IAF. And so I'll just discuss the February data, which was just released in April, and because it's about a 2-month lag on the data. But but I think it's showing a trend, and it's very current, I think, to even where we are right now. February demand was about 99% of pre-COVID levels, whereas supply was about 97%. The gap between the supply and demand, I think a lot of people have the misconception that that is because OPEC is just not producing enough crude. But actually, nearly half of the gap between the supply and demand is from lower US production. And of course, the US producers, there's a lot of reasons why they're producing less than they were pre-COVID. A lot of it obviously has to do with the investment, the CapEx cuts that were made because of COVID. But a lot of it had to do with, this term that that everybody in Houston, I think, is very familiar with, and that's capital discipline. So there's a big investor pressure. Obviously, even before that, there was ESG pressures, and of course climate pressures regarding hydrocarbon investment and projects. And so but I think the underlying reason is just underinvestment in the sector, and whether that comes back or not, I think it's really an open question. Crude inventories increased by about 200,000 barrels a day, or 200,000 barrels, which was the first increase since October, but far less than what we would normally see in that January, February time period of about 11 million barrels for inventory builds. And globally, crude inventories stand at about 285 million barrels below the 5-year average. So we're really, we don't have a lot of inventory. We even have less inventory because of the releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and other strategic reserves from other countries of the IEA. And so this is a problem, especially when you look at it in conjunction with global spare capacity. And just to talk a little bit about some special country data, which I think is interesting. Saudi Arabia, their total crude and product exports for February rose month on month by about 600,000 barrels a day to 9 million barrels a day. And believe it or not, that's the second highest level on record. I don't think you would know that from watching the headlines, the news headlines about you know, countries asking Saudi Arabia to be producing more. They're actually, in February, was the second highest on record. In terms of how demand is going in other countries, India's total production demand increased by about 470,000 barrels a day, month on month, to 5.2 million barrels a day, and that's an all-time high. So demand is really roaring back, especially in the developing world. Obviously, in China, I think with the zero COVID policy and the shutdowns, we're seeing a different story there. But I think that could snap back quite quickly. In terms of U.S. production in February, that increased by about 229,000 barrels a day to 11.5 million barrels. That's now 1.8 million barrels a day above a year ago levels, but it's still, as I mentioned earlier, 1.2 million barrels below before the pandemic. In terms of Russia, just to conclude, because I know this is a topic on everybody's mind, really in March, we saw a negligible impact on oil and gas exports and actually coal exports from Russia in March. But there was a shift, I think, in where the trade was flowing. So especially for oil and LNG. So less to Europe and the United States, and a lot of it was rerouted to India and China. But really that outlook in April, when the data for April becomes available, I think we're going to see big changes. And this is probably bad news for oil prices and volatility. I think we'll see exports in April decline by about 1 to 2 million barrels a day from Russia, and likely for the month of May and June, months of May and June, fall by about 2 to 3 million barrels a day. And that's because as contracts expire, they're not being renewed. And that's kind of how you'll see the Russia exports be affected, at least here in the short term. Now, some of that will be absorbed into Asia, China and India, as I hinted just a few seconds ago. But there's going to be logistical constraints, and sanctions will, I think, limit how much can be absorbed. In the first 10 days of April, Russia production averaged about 600,000 barrels below March levels. And we think production will fall by more than exports as domestic production falls in Russia due to slower economic growth and also lower jet fuel consumption, because the US sanctions and the EU sanctions have really, I think, certainly the international jet travel to and from Russia, and even Russian domestic flights, because of the lack of parts and planes and things, is really affecting jet fuel consumption in China. In terms of natural gas, really the outlook hasn't really changed. It really depends on European sanctions and whether that happens. But under the current environment, there really has been no impact. I think I'm going to stop there and turn it over to Keith, and happy to answer questions from him or others, and happy to talk about any other topics. So Keith, over to you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. And it's really a great pleasure to be with you today. First, I want to start with the IEF website. It has a kind of a disturbing yet intriguing video that addresses the importance of dealing with methane emissions, and says that the IEF has done its homework, it's done its math, and that nearly 100% of methane emissions could be avoided at zero net cost. And I was wondering if you could give us some more details on that.
Yeah, essentially, again, because there are a lot of other groups out there. What we try to do is really look. We don't want to try to duplicate what other organizations are doing. So what we try to do is look for gaps and try to add value where others aren't involved. And so we teamed up with a geospatial data firm called Kairos, which is based in Paris, and they use satellite technology to measure methane. And what we did was we developed a measurement methodology project with them in conjunction with a handful of our interested member countries to develop a methodology for developing or for measuring methane emissions. Because if you can't measure it, you can't address it. And so we released that report late last year. And we'll be doing a lot more on that to sort of help countries implement the measurement methodology. But essentially what we did was provide country data to any country that requested it using satellite data. And of course, there's in everything, there's big data analysis of the satellite data. And that's something that Kairos brought to the table. It's sort of their special sauce, if you will. And so we provided this data to every country that wanted it. Now, I have to say, not everybody was thrilled that I, took on this project and launched this project at the IEF. I heard from several concerned producing countries, natural gas producing countries mainly, that were concerned that they would be shamed and singled out for big methane emissions. And that may be the approach of the media or other organizations, but my view is that we can't look back, that we have to look forward and we have to address it looking forward. And we can't do that if we're, blaming or shaming countries. We have to work with countries to help them address their methane emissions. And so what we did was we didn't release any of the country data. We supplied it directly to the countries on a confidential basis. But I sort of encouraged countries some who I don't think were planning to do much with it, that they should do something with it because they need to get in front of it. Because after all, most of these satellites are government-owned satellites. So this is data that eventually I think will be publicly known. And I know there are, I think EDF is planning, the Environmental Defenses Forum is planning its own satellite launch, and I'm sure that will be public release of data. And so I've encouraged countries to get in front of this and to address it. And the point that you referenced, Keith, was the fact that, and that what we're, again, I want to be careful here. We're talking about in the energy sector, not in the agricultural sector or these other sectors, but methane emissions, addressing methane emissions can be done at a very low cost with existing technology. And we know how to do this, and we really have to get about doing it. And the industry, I think, is very receptive to this. And so we're trying to play a role in linking up technology providers with developing world countries that need help to do this. And we'll be doing a lot more on this methane emissions this year and next year. We've joined forces with the United States on the Global Methane Pledge and trying to be collaborative with them and help with that as well.
Now, your audience must be very interested in your opinions with respect to what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, and with Russia's raw exercise of brute force in Ukraine, and given that the base of its economic power derives from its status as the #3 oil and gas producer in the world, how much of a setback do you think its aggression has been in terms of reducing or the prospects for reducing global greenhouse emissions?
Well, here's what I would say. I mean, I think it's really, it's, first of all, it's a horrible situation, and the human crisis, I think it just cannot be excused. And, certainly for energy markets, it's created enormous problems. Obviously, we've seen this geopolitical premium. We're seeing a lot of volatility. And really, I have to say, I think we're in a period now where, um, we're going to continue to see high oil prices and volatility until one of two things happen: until the situation normalizes, whatever that is, and Russian energy supplies are on the market unhindered, because again, it is a global market. If you're taking something off, you're not adding it somewhere else. So we have to keep this in mind. So I think we're in store for this period of high energy prices and volatility until one of two things happen: the situation normalizes, or the world goes into a recession and there's reduced demand as a result of lower economic activity. And of course, that's not something anybody wants. But looking at Europe right now, I think you have to be very concerned about Europe slipping into a recession, mainly because of high energy prices. I think what it's done is really focused people on energy security. And this is kind of one of the key pillars of the IF. We look at energy security, data transparency with the Jody program, stable markets. So try to reduce initiatives that reduce volatility, and third, advancing the energy transition. And so, but you're starting to see countries like the Indian energy minister who basically said, look, I'm looking out for my consumers. They can't, we can't survive on high energy prices. And I'm worried that people are looking at energy security as a zero-sum game, and it really isn't. It's a global, energy security is a global imperative. And so energy security, I think, is back in vogue. I think that's changed. I don't think it's moved from the back seat into the front seat, but I don't think it's in the driver's seat. I still think climate and the net zero goals and the transition are still in the driver's seat. And I think this is important because I think we have to do both. President Biden likes to say a lot, we have to chew gum and walk at the same time. Well, we have to pursue the energy transition and our climate goals while investing in hydrocarbons that we need to power the world economy today, until we develop the technologies that can be alternatives, or technologies that can burn hydrocarbons cleanly or cleaner. So I guess that's what I would say. I mean, I think there's going to be, people who are involved in these climate discussions. Egypt is hosting the next COP meeting in Cairo, or Sharm el Sheikh, I think, at the end of the year. And they're, I'm involved in a lot of these meetings, and it's full speed ahead. I think maybe what the questioner is pointing to is, for energy security reasons, you're seeing places in Europe look at coal, for example, more coal usage for power, and you're seeing, I think, natural gas being viewed more as a bridge fuel, which is how the IF views it, but that wasn't really necessarily how the EU had viewed it pre-Russia. But I don't think that sets us back on our climate goals. And I'll just end by saying, I think we have to be very cognizant. I talk about this a lot at these climate events that I go to, of these high energy prices and volatility, because if the public starts equating climate progress with high energy prices, we're doomed, because it will undermine public support for climate progress. And, I can't really speak for other public sentiment around the world, but I think in the US, I could, as someone who's lived there and been involved in politics in the US, once you lose public support on an issue as existential as this, I think it's very hard to get back.
So, Joe, we've got a couple of questions from Dan Martinez. On the issue of energy access poverty, how has this issue been addressed in previous annual reporting requirements or projections? Have national economic development plans been factored in? Have IMF WB data been used to make growth projections? And how has Asia featured into this assessment?
Well, to tell you the truth, there's not a lot of current data on energy access. I mean, most of it is done through the World Bank and it's collected through, I think, development banks from countries directly. I also think for the World Bank data that I cited, the 600 million people, that is includes not just country data, but also really surveys similar to census type surveys. So kind of very expensive ways to do it. There are some other alternative methods. Obviously, you can imagine satellites can look at night lights at night, that type of thing to extrapolate energy access. But I think what I would say is, and we're talking to the World Bank now about trying to come up with better data here, because I think it's clear that the situation's gotten worse because of COVID, but we need to understand how worse it's gotten. And so I would like to develop a project with the World Bank or IMF or others on the topic. But I think the important thing is if you talk to leaders in Africa in particular, again, you'll find that they really feel there's a disconnect between the developed world and themselves. And just to give you one example, Nigeria is trying to build a pipeline, a natural gas pipeline from Nigeria up the coast through Morocco. It's called the Trans-Sub-Saharan pipeline to bring natural gas into Europe, into Spain. They've never been able to get the financing for this. And it's probably a direct result of the World Bank and these other development, multi-agency development financing entities announcing bans on fossil fuel projects. And, it's hard to attract private money if the World Bank and others are not funding these projects. And Nigeria wants to build it. It's in their interest to build it. Every country along the route wants it. But it's just not been able to get started. And if you contrast that with the Nord Stream 2 project, which has the same price tag as this African pipeline, that one got built relatively quickly because it was bringing gas into Europe. And now, of course, it sits idle because of sanctions and the Russia invasion of Ukraine. And boy, I bet a lot of people in Europe would want to see diversity of supply coming from Africa from this pipeline, but obviously this is a multi-year type of project. And I'm hoping that, we're seeing some paradigm shifts here in terms of, the EU and natural gas and nuclear in some countries in Europe that had, are doing a bit of a about face on nuclear, and maybe we'll see more of that. I hope that's the case. But I do feel like we're seeing a paradigm shift here, and I hope that it encourages a rethink of these bans on hydrocarbon projects. That could be providing a lot of benefit in the countries where it's badly needed, and also on the supply side. Because again, even absent the Ukraine crisis and Russia, natural gas markets were already very tight, mainly being driven by Asia demand. And we're going to need all the LNG that the US can produce and export. And we're going to need supplies from other parts of the world as well.
So that this issue in terms of investment, you had mentioned that you thought that the next 10 years is going to require about $525 billion in investment in oil and gas infrastructure, while at the same time, we still need to move with the climate initiatives. One of the questions we just had posted by Charles McConnell how can anyone expect climate investments will not increase energy prices?
Well, I mean, I think you can still invest in climate. There's going to be a lot of clean energy projects that have to be invested and are going to see huge demand for. But the problem is we can't do that at the expense of investing in hydrocarbons as well. And I think this is going to fix itself because the public is going to demand high energy prices be addressed, and so I think I don't, I think politicians of any ideology, I think, are going to be very careful about high energy prices. I mean, of course, there are NGOs and I mean, maybe I shouldn't say NGOs, more, climate, certain climate groups that really just want to impose these types of policies on the public and really are not really, the costs are not really relevant to them. But I think we have to be careful about this because I do think that's a mistake. I think to ignore the costs, again, I think really risks the entire progress on climate change and the energy transition, because if the public won't support it, politicians are not going to support it. I don't care what country it is or what your ideology is.
So that, and that raises kind of an interesting question about the carbon capture, use, and storage concepts. Is there actually a commercial viability to those projects, or do you see those are going to be predominantly government imposed or subsidized going forward?
Well, I think some of that gets to whether there's a price on carbon, but I do think we have to make CCUS work for our climate goals, and there are certainly projects in place now, but not on the scale that we need to see. As I said, we need CCUS to have economy-wide uptake of hydrogen. I think there's a little bit of I mean, I sort of view CCUS and hydrogen on the same plane. There's a lot of work to be done on both of them, but they're also very complementary. But I think I think some people in the public view hydrogen as being much more realistic than CCUS, and that's really not the case. I think CCUS is probably more realistic than hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen is on the net zero roadmap that was released by the IEA. Hydrogen has to play to make about, it makes up about 25% of the mix to meet the climate goals under the 2050 net zero scenario. And in order to meet that goal, we would need more power than the world produces today. And of course, all of it would have to be green power, clean power, in order to meet that target. And so you could see right there how important CCUS is going to be to try to meet that goal. But that just shows you the challenge involved. And that's just on the power supply side of the equation. I'm not talking the huge investments that are going to be needed on having a hydrogen infrastructure in place.
And here's our second CLE code. If everybody has about 60 seconds to jot it down. And meanwhile, I'll move on to the next question, and that is, the EU has started its cap and trade program. And I'm wondering if you've seen any international progress during the lead up to COP27 in Egypt this November concerning implementation of some type of carbon market.
Well, I think for things like CCUS, I think it's important to put a price on carbon. I think that obviously I think the EU and the European carbon market is really showing leadership here. I think that of course, you have the involuntary carbon markets, which I think are going to be increasingly more in demand and more valuable. I think we're just at the the early stages of the involuntary carbon market, and especially as you see major companies like Amazon and Microsoft and others, and I shouldn't even start naming companies because so many companies have these net zero targets, and they're meeting them with in the involuntary carbon market. So I think there's a huge opportunity here. It's an area that we're going to be focusing on more at the IEF. Obviously, as you could imagine, I have some countries that really love it and some that feel like, it's not the right route to go down. But I think purely from an economic standpoint, it's a very practical approach. And I think you'll see other markets get involved. China, of course, is engaging as well. And if that takes off, that could be something that again, is in a leadership pole position along the EU. But it's hard to see, if something like this in the U.S., politically, if this is feasible in a place like the U.S. But of course, you have states that have banded together to kind of create some of these carbon markets as well.
So I'd like to ask you a question about the use of big data and AI. I'm wondering if you've seen any move to employ those concepts and that technology to model the impact of the various forms of renewable energy upon global emissions, and couple that with an assessment of anticipated GHG emissions from legacy sources over time, and thereby create a critical path that measures progress or the lack thereof. Because it seems as though if we can't measure the progress and hold some form of accountability, we're not going to really make much progress. Have you seen any move on that front?
Well, not specifically to that question, and that's a little bit more, I think, technical than my pay grade. But what I would say is I know that big data and AI are quite active in the energy sector and in the clean energy and climate sectors. And I think initially what it's driving really is on the efficiency side. And I know in the energy sector, it's obviously a big market, the business market. But I think big data and AI have a lot of applications in the energy and climate sectors, and we need to take advantage of every tool we have available, I think, to try to make progress here.
Your statement about the solution to 1/2 of our GHG emissions needs to come from technologies that are not yet commercialized or not even in existence is very sobering. How on earth, literally, are we going to get there, do you think, without employing the only GHG free source of energy, which is nuclear power?
Yeah, it's really important. And I mean, it's hard to take people seriously who are big advocates of climate progress who don't embrace nuclear power. And having said that, I mean, I think there's a lot going on in this area. I think really, again, the Ukraine crisis and also even the winter crisis, I think, was forcing countries in Europe in particular, but also Asia, to rethink policies on nuclear. And I think that's important. It's forcing people to have a more practical approach to these problems, which I think is sorely needed. I think there's too much political outlooks and views on energy, and what the consumers really need is a more practical approach. But I'm very encouraged by the small modular reactor initiatives. Romania is really, I think, engaged with the U.S. on a partnership to try to expand the market for SMRs in Europe. in Dubai. I met with the CEO of TerraPower, which is the Bill Gates sponsored nuclear company that is a different technology. And he's an engineer, and he told me, look, I'm focusing on just trying to perfect the technology. The technology can work. The rest of it will take care of itself. And so I guess I would say I'm not as pessimistic, about this point of needing, new technologies, innovation to address half of our climate goals. I mean, remember what the cell phones looked like, not too long ago. I think we can make a lot of progress here, and I'm very, very optimistic, actually, about the progress that can be made. But we really do need, I think, countries to get more engaged, as I said, on this clean energy R&D and follow the example of the Biden administration.
So Dan Martinez has come back with a few more questions. Can you say a few words about the hydrogen economy? Are we moving fast enough to achieve this goal, and how realistic are the targets?
We're not moving fast enough. I mean, again, there's a lot that we need in order to advance the ball. I'm going to be speaking at a conference in Barcelona May 9th or 10th, I can't remember, on decarbonizing with hydrogen. And, there is a lot going on here. I mean, look, I don't think any of us would really be talking about hydrogen as much as we are here and at other energy conferences if it wasn't for sort of the leadership of the EU on this topic. And they've invested a lot of money in infrastructure and giving money to EU countries who are pursuing hydrogen. But I think we have to be realistic too. As I mentioned, the power requirements to meet the green hydrogen goals are very challenging. I'm not sure. I guess the one takeaway that I think from our report that I could sort of preview here, which probably won't be a surprise to people, but I think what we're going to need to do to really give oxygen again to this hydrogen economy is to move away from the different color descriptions of hydrogen: blue, green, purple, gray, or whatever the different colors are. And what I think we'll see ourselves moving into a carbon intensity level of hydrogen supplies. And my guess is that will probably be coupled in some kind of blockchain technology that will track those shipments and then be able to be, utilized in terms of the transition. And so I think there's a lot going on here, and there's, I'm very, and obviously I'm realistic and sober about the challenges, but I think it's very promising.
So from the perspective of the United States, the ping pong impact of U.S. politics must be maddening to many governments worldwide. From a global viewpoint, what, if anything, do you think the United States can do to maximize the stability of GHG reduction efforts from administration to administration?
Well, right now, I think the biggest thing the U.S. can do is to get U.S. hydrocarbon production back to pre-COVID levels, because I think that will do a lot to address prices and volatility, which I think undermines public support, not just in the U.S., but globally, for climate progress and the transition. And I think I don't like the politicization of clean energy. I mean, it's we need it to meet our climate goals. We need it, but we also need hydrocarbons at the same time. I think we just have to have a balanced approach moving forward here. And I think it would be very helpful, I think, for U.S. policy to be more, centered on this point. But it's not the only area, I think, where you see, politics entering. But I do think high prices and volatility will definitely get politicians of every stripe focused in the right way.
Well, we're coming to the end, Joe, and I wanted to ask you, what's the most surprising aspect of your job thus far as Secretary General of the International Energy Forum?
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure I have an answer to that question. I'll say I've been in the job about a year and a half. I was, as Susan knows, and I think mentioned in the opening, I was at Blank Rome, and so it's great to see so many colleagues and former friends who have been involved in this conference before. You know, for me, it's a 4-year term. I mean, it could get extended by 2 years. I'm not sure I'm up for that. But when I was being sort of headhunted for the job and being tried to convinced to take the job, I was said, don't worry about living in Saudi Arabia because the job requires you to travel half the time, so you won't really be living there. And then of course, and I got the job in December of 2019. And then COVID, of course, hit, and nobody traveled anywhere. So for the first year, I didn't travel much, but I got to see a lot of Saudi Arabia. I get to meet a lot of people here, and I have to say, I would encourage everybody on the call and in the Zoom meeting today, and I talk about this a lot. If you get a chance to come here, you should come here because I mean, I used to come here a lot for business in my private practice, but you know, just in the from my first trip to now, and even since I've been in Saudi Arabia in this job, it's changing dramatically and culturally also, and for the better. And one of I think the big geopolitical risks to the regime in Saudi Arabia traditionally has been young people being, not happy about their economic and lives and well-being in Saudi Arabia. And now, mainly because of the cultural changes, but also because of the economic changes, they're probably the happiest segment of society, and it's very refreshing. I mean, I went to see the James Bond movie when it came out in a movie theater here, and 3 years ago there weren't movie theaters here. Now they're all brand new, the luxury, VIP movie theaters, but I think that's sort of the Saudi Arabia, living in Saudi Arabia for me has been the most interesting and the most satisfying.
It was a pleasure speaking with you today.
Same, Keith. Thanks.
Thanks to both of you. That was a fascinating discussion, and we very much appreciate it. You can tell just from the traffic in our chat box that people were very engaged with what you were saying.
And you got to see the sun go down in Saudi Arabia. So
absolutely.
Thanks so much, Joe. It's wonderful to see you, and we'll catch up soon.
Great to see you all.
Appreciate all your comments today.
Thanks so much.
All right. With that, I'm going to be the hard taskmaster and keep us on schedule by turning immediately to our next panel. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Gina Warren, who will be moderating our next panel, which is going to be on emerging opportunities from carbon management and the transition. She'll also be introducing our panelists, but I want to just note that it's a great pleasure to have her on faculty with us because she is the O'Quinn Chair for Environmental Law at the university and one of the co-directors of the Eaner Center, along with me and Professor Flatt. And she's published in numerous different topics and areas, which we have time to go into them. I also have to note that she was voted Professor of the Year 2018 by the Student Bar Association, which is a nice honor to show that not only is she a great scholar, but an effective teacher too. So with that, I'll pass the baton over to Gina.
Thank you so much, Tracy. And thank you so much to Tracy and to Susan and everyone who's planned this amazing event. And thank you for letting me be a part of it to moderate this great panel. And I want to share with you, I'm going to just introduce all of the panelists first, because we want to make sure that everyone has time to be able to speak and to have time for questions afterwards. So I just want to introduce this panel to you. And we're going to try to take it in the same order as is on the agenda. And so first up, we have, hopefully you're seeing my screen. For some reason it flipped different to me, but I think it's okay.
We can see it, Gina.
Okay, good. And so first up is Professor Jim Blackburn at Rice University. He's a professor in the practice of environmental law in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at Rice University in Houston. He's also an environmental lawyer and planner, and his law firm, Blackburn and Carter PC, is devoted strictly to environmental matters. And his planning firm, Sustainable Planning and Design, specializes in sustainable development and coastal environmental planning. He's currently working at the Baker Institute on developing a standard for storing carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere by plants and stored in the soil of ranchers and farmers across the United States. He's written or co-authored several books, articles, and received multiple awards that are too many for me to talk about here. But for all of his contributions, and in addition to this, he's the founder and president of the Texas Coastal Exchange, which is a Houston-based nonprofit dedicated to creating a market for removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and storing it in the soil of the Texas coast. Professor Blackburn received a bachelor degree in history and a JD degree from the University of Texas at Austin, and an MS in environmental science from Rice University. So today he'll be discussing the Gulf Coast carbon exchange. Next, we have Charles McConnell, who is the Energy Center Officer of the Center of Carbon Management and Energy Sustainability at the University of Houston. Prior to joining UH Energy, McConnell was the Executive Director of the Energy and Environmental Initiative at Rice University. McConnell served as the Assistant Secretary of Energy in the U.S. Department of Energy from 2011 to 2013. He was responsible for the Office of Fossil Energy's strategic policy leadership, budgets, project management, and research and development of the department's coal, oil, and gas and advanced technologies program. And he holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from Carnegie Mellon and an MBA in finance from Cleveland State University. Today, he's going to discuss carbon sequestration and direct air capture hubs in Houston under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Next, we have Tom Kerr, who's the lead climate specialist at the World Bank Group. In that role, he develops policies and investments that increase resilience to climate change and accelerate decarbonization. He's the lead author of the World Bank Group's Climate Investment Opportunities Report series that helps clients identify promising green investment opportunities tied to government's pledges made as part of the Paris Agreement. Prior to joining the World Bank, he was the director of climate change at the World Economic Forum, where he facilitated high-level dialogues between government and business and social and civil society. And then before that, he worked at the International Energy Agency. He has an LLM in international environmental law from Georgetown University Law Center, a JD from DePaul College of Law, and bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Michigan. Today, he'll share his concepts of China and India after Glasgow. Last, but certainly not least, is Frederick Lowther, who is a partner in Blank Rome's Energy Group in Washington, D.C. He devotes his career primarily to development of large energy and natural resource projects in the United States and abroad. He focuses his practice on domestic and international fossil and renewable energy projects, water supply projects, transactions, and has general counseling for energy companies of all sectors. He represents several clients pursuing claims against the United States for failure of the United States Department of Energy to commence removal of spent nuclear fuel from nuclear power plants, which is interesting for today's conversation with regard to nuclear energy's role in the energy transition. He received his Bachelor of Science from Brown University and his JD from Yale. And I also saw that for multiple years in a row, he has been recognized among the best lawyers in America for energy in Washington, D.C. So I'm proud and happy to be able to present this group today. And what we'll do is they each have about 12 minutes to present. And then after that, we will take questions from the audience. And so please put anything that you have in the chat box. And then we will address all of that afterward. Okay, so I will stop talking and sign it off to you guys.
Okay, well, I think I'm up first. I'm Jim Blackburn with Rice University, and let me share my screen here. And what I would like to do is to talk about really to go from the international to really almost down to the parcel level. So it's going to be kind of a big jolt in a way to go from where we've been talking to where I'll be taking us. But want to thank you for having us today. But certainly the Paris Climate Agreement and the goal of net zero has penetrated certainly the Houston community that I am involved in. And interestingly, so much of this has taken place during the pandemic. I think when Larry Fink came out with BlackRock and changed their general investment philosophy in January of 2020, at the same time, Bobby Tudor came out at the Houston Partnership and talked publicly, really for the first time, about the role of Houston in the energy transition and with regard to sequestration. And shockwaves, I would tell you, have been going through the business community in Houston. And while there's been a lot of talk about the role of government and certainly in climate, I think it's very interesting the amount of change and the rapid pace of change that has occurred in the business community really since January of 2020. It's like a different conversation totally that is occurring today than anything I was involved in prior to January of 2020. And like I said, all of this has occurred with the pandemic occurring. I would tell you this is the discussion that we are having almost daily with various companies is kind of what does the stair step look to the future? And everybody is talking about lower carbon emissions. You're beginning to hear serious discussions about operations and carbon neutral operations and how to get there. Carbon neutral products and supply chain being the next step set up. We're even talking to companies about carbon negative thinking at this time. So the context and the type of discussion is just incredibly different in a very, very short period of time. It's probably the fastest change that I've ever seen in my career that does not certainly involve legislation. And none of this at this stage is really about legislation. It's more about financing. Now, I would tell you the path to net zero includes many different strategies. You'll hear about many of these strategies from myself and from other speakers. There's a role for renewables. There's a role for energy conservation, fuel switching, nuclear, technological cap and store, absolutely. But virtually every scenario that I have encountered talks also about nature-based alternatives. And that's where I'm going to talk today, is about the nature-based side of things. Now, when you start talking about taking carbon dioxide out of the air, you're either talking about technology that I would call something like a vacuum cleaner for the sky, or you're talking about this technology called photosynthesis. And I've got to say, it's very difficult conceptually to think of managing the environment as a solution to an environmental problem. And just conceptually, it's a total mind shift to begin to think of nature as essentially part of the solution to a problem of global proportion. And how we arrange nature, how we manage nature, and begin to think of nature in this context is, I think, what makes nature-based carbon capture and storage so difficult. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had about this where it just doesn't seem to compute the nature and the management of that landowners can offer in terms of the way that they perhaps change their practices to bring more carbon dioxide into the soil or into their plants, and how that might fit. It's just so different. Technology is what companies are comfortable with. I would tell you they're not comfortable with nature. And I would also tell you the nature space is probably the most chaotic of all of the different issues out there because there's so many different approaches. Certainly, if I had patented photosynthesis, it would be a very different conversation because, again, that's much more in the comfort zone. The fact that it's a free good makes it very, very tricky to work with. On the other hand, take a native prairie in Texas, look at that root system. Some of those roots go down 15 feet. And those roots are carbon storage themselves, and those roots are carbon pumps into the subsurface. It's the most fabulous technology, and this is also one of our probably most diminished ecological systems in the United States. The restoration of prairies would mark a tremendous opportunity for increase in drawdown of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. But again, a lot of people just don't think of this as being a solution. Now, this is the chart that I'll spend probably most of my time on. I wanted to emphasize there are many different nature-based carbon dioxide concepts, and they're not all the same. They are, I would say, at least 3 or 4 different philosophies involved in these different concepts. You can actually have drawdown into the soil. You can have drawdown into the forest. Wetlands are fabulous carbon pumps. An oystery takes carbon dioxide and actually stores it in the accumulation of organic material that is part of the reef itself. Seagrass is carbon dioxide that can be stored permanently. And in all of these cases, we're talking about permanence being there to varying degrees. In soil, it can stay for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Some of it stays for geologic time. With forest, as long as there's not fires, then you don't have the problem. Forests, of course, are subject to fire. Wetlands, vulnerable to sea level rise. There are also avoided conversion credits out there. These are credits that come from protecting the standing crop of carbon that already exists. There's an article in Bloomberg today that was very critical about an approach to standing avoided conversion of forest, and whether the methodologies are fabrications or if they are real. I mean, there's a lot of criticism. I will show you, if I end up with enough time, how wetlands can be protected as a form of avoided conversion from sea level rise. So there's many different variations. There's also avoided emissions. There's companies that are basically changing agricultural practices, reducing N2O and CH4 emissions from agriculture, and are issuing credits based on those reductions. I had someone come in the other day saying they would like to see if we could develop a credit process around alternative products that, for example, a plant-based substitute for plastics, and whether you could get a credit for the basically the carbon dioxide that was avoided being emitted in the production of the plastic. We're very interested in the usage of wood in like compressed wood buildings as a substitute for concrete and steel, which are emitters in terms of production, whereas wood is not. So there's many different alternatives out there, and there's not a guidebook on how to evaluate these. Now, I am
Professor Blackburn, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt for just a moment to share a slide for the CLE.
No
I'm
problem.
pausing your time as well here.
That's okay.
But let's
Go ahead.
let her share a slide here.
Do you need me to stop sharing?
Maybe. I thought she could share at the same time, but
Yes,
Let me
please, please stop sharing.
there we go.
Okay, I will remove that and I will continue talking. B carbon is a nature-based carbon storage system that we formed out of a stakeholder group at the Baker Institute at Rice University. We started off with 40 stakeholders. We currently have over 400 stakeholders that participate in a call very much like this one. We usually have about 100 out of 400 that attend. And these are landowners, these are carbon buyers, these are academics, these are environmentalists, these are people that are just interested in this process. And we have created out of that stakeholder group a nonprofit called B Carbon to address what we found was a deficiency in the international structure that is derived from the Kyoto Protocol. And that clean development mechanism that comes out of Kyoto has a series of requirements that before a nature-based system can be certified. And that is what we are most concerned about, is moving forward with a system that works for landowners in the United States. And we found that that the system that we're in the process of created and have created may be a much more practical and much more adaptable system than not. Can I go back to sharing my screen again? Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Surely. And so we formed B Carbon to basically make up this deficiency. And in the process, we tried to come up with a practical solution that can create a market. We think scale is the key to nature-based solutions. And if we pile on a whole series of restrictions about how to enter the nature-based market, we're very concerned we'll never reach scale. And at this point, there's not as many projects out there as there both could be and should be. Basic concept we're talking about is that you grow carbon in the soil, you increase this carbon in the soil, and if you don't plow it, it will stay there. So we have restrictions on plowing, but the point being, it's somewhat like growing potatoes. And what I would simply say is we're talking, at least the way we're thinking about this is very much a property rights approach, which may be unique to the United States. Although we're finding interest from around the world. We just certified our first credits in the United Kingdom. So we have both US credits, United Kingdom credits. We've got interest from several other countries as well as from about 20 states at this time. The point being, though, that the emitter will never lose ownership of their CO2. They may, I think we're seeing that become more and more clear. And I think everybody ultimately is going to want a blockchain balance sheet on exactly where all of that carbon dioxide is going if it's emitted. And so we're setting up a blockchain system that can track this carbon dioxide from essentially its takedown, its drawdown out of the atmosphere into a landowner's property, and then the transfers of those credits as they take place over time. Now, in the remaining time I have left, I want to talk about the next level of this thinking, which is we need nature-based infrastructure as well as we need nature-based credits. And credits may well pay for the infrastructure. On the left side, you see the Texas coast, the wetlands of the Texas coast, the coastal estuarine wetlands are shown in green. On the right, you see the sea level rise that is predicted from the SLAM model going into the future. And the point here is that all of these, which is about 200 million tons of stored carbon in the wetlands today, is at risk from rising sea level because sea level will make these marshes much more vulnerable to erosion. The proposal is to build oyster reefs as a living shoreline. And these oyster reefs will basically be breakwaters that will protect the marsh behind it. This is where the 200 million tons of carbon is stored, is in this existing marsh system. This breakwater can protect that.
1 minute.
And in the process, what we think we can do is we've got about 1,500 miles of the Texas coast that we think is appropriate. And very quickly, we have run some numbers at $20 a ton. We feel like you could build, in this case, a 4-mile and a 5-mile living shoreline. And that would protect about 2,300 acres of wetlands that are behind it. And at $20 a ton, you could probably generate about $18–19 million of income. And the project itself would cost about $5 million. So it's something that is feasible. It is something that can be done, but it's a totally different way of thinking. So the carbon future is now. It's chaotic. It requires knowledge and thought. And frankly, I think it's going to be rewarding those that are bold. Thank you very much. And with that, I will stop sharing and turn it over to Chuck.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to try to share my screen and see how that works here. Can everyone see the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. How about now?
Still not.
Chuck, if we hit a log jam, I actually have the slides you sent me. I could put those up and advance them for you if we need to.
Yeah.
Well, that might be the way to go, Tracy. I've tried to share my screen here. I don't know why it isn't coming through. Let's see if I can try this one more time.
I have them too, so I can just pull them up and advance them for you.
That'd be great if you want to put them in the.
Let me do that. Here we go. Right? These are the ones for you.
Well, let me see here. This is
Now
why.
we're saying your mailbox, Chuck.
Yeah, it's not what I want to do, Tracy.
It looks interesting.
Well, not so much. I'm trying to get back to the screen now.
Chuck,
I
you're seeing your screen now. If you could, I think if you just click on your PowerPoint program, it should come up and we should be able to see it.
Okay, I'll give that
Yeah.
a shot here.
I don't think you have your PowerPoint program open.
No, I don't, Jim. I have seen.
If you want to just stop, I can share it for you.
Well, yeah, that'd be great, Gina. And I
Just stop share for a moment.
Please.
Just click stop share on the bottom.
Okay.
Chuck, if you highlight the Zoom icon at the bottom of your screen,
Yeah.
the control bar. Well, not right. Okay, that will work. No, just
Yeah,
just
Don't
close
want to leave the meeting. I'm trying to find my way back to. all
I'm
of
going to share my screen and I'm gonna stop and then I'm gonna stop share so Gina can share. Okay, and then stop share. Oh no, I can't do that. I need to. Yeah, you need to stop his sheet screen.
All right. So close that box. Just click the upper. There you go. I go down to the when just closed.
Trying to close it, but I don't seem to be able to do that.
All right.
you might.
There you go.
There you
Go back to what you just did. See that left-hand side, the meeting controls, click that.
Just click in that, yeah.
It should give you enough. If your cursor goes to the top of the screen, just slide it up there. It should give you a drop-down menu of control.
If you hit escape, maybe it's causing you to see the entire screen. So if you hit escape button, it'll make it smaller, the where you might be able to see it better.
Well, I'm going to have to apologize here, everybody. I'm not doing this very well, clearly.
The hosts can stop all sharing.
Why not do that? And that might give Chuck a chance to reset his. Okay. So hold on 1 second.
There we go.
There you go.
You got it. And then if you want to just enable me to share, I'll put it up on the screen. And then you can tell me how you want to advance it.
All right. You should be enabled now, Gina.
Okay.
Well, thanks for all that support. I'll apologize for the clumsiness of it all. let me just go right into the discussion. The University of Houston has been quite involved with carbon capture, utilization, and storage for quite some time. It really was one of the centering points of our Center for Carbon Management and Energy at the University of Houston. And I'm going to give you an excerpt today of a presentation that will be made to the NARUC organization later this afternoon in terms of the importance of carbon capture, utilization, and storage in the Gulf Coast and in general. You're probably all aware of the fact that about a year and a half ago, the National Petroleum Council authored a report to the Department of Energy, which was about the broad commercial deployment of carbon capture, utilization, and storage across the country in terms of its ability to impact decarbonization and how critically important it was. It wasn't really a discussion about whether or not CCUS should be deployed, but why it needed to be. It must be deployed. The impact of CCUS, as noted by the International Energy Agency, is such that the impact of CCUS to meeting climate targets by 2050, or the 1.52 degree scenario that people look at, is that CCUS is needing to contribute between 10 and 15% of the overall impact of decarbonization around the world. That's a remarkably large number. It also impacts the chemical industry, the oil and gas industry, manufacturing, steel, cement, go down the list, and all of the 40% of the total CO2 emissions that come from industrial stationary sources. The Gulf Coast in particular is extremely well suited to deal with the CCUS requirements in terms of infrastructure due to the proximal nature of the emitters and the proximal nature of the geology that's necessary for the emissions control. Gina, why don't you go to the next slide and see where that takes us? So again, if going forward, what I want to represent here is that the University of Houston, through our Center for Carbon Management, has been identified by the Southern States Energy Board and the Department of Energy as the key to the CCUS commercialization efforts across the country, not just for the southern states, but actually broadly. The Department of Energy identified the Center for Carbon Management at the University of Houston as the center for this activity. It's about not only the experience of the membership and the CCUS consortia that we have, but in fact, it's the involvement of the member companies. And we'll get into that in just a second, but you're probably all aware of the fact that Exxon and a group of 14 other emitter companies recently put out a notification to the marketplace of their intentions to spend some $100 billion over the next 10 to 15 years to create a broad commercialization network for CCUS. The emitters that are part of that group of 15 represent about 70% of all the emissions from the industries in the Gulf Coast. That's from Corpus all the way over into Louisiana. Those companies are also part of our Center for Carbon Management at the University of Houston and are part of our member consortia. And we were chartered by the Department of Energy to put forth a roadmap for broad commercialization challenges, which includes technical issues, of course, but also policy and legal issues. It also includes the whole aspect of environmental justice and energy equity. And all of this is putting into that effort going forward. So if you could go to the next slide, this will give you some sense of the broad group of members. We have over 50 companies now as part of the consortia. And these are all companies that range from emitters to carbon sequestration technology people, to law firms, to a broad group of universities, not just here in Texas, but also the University of North Dakota, Wyoming, Illinois, etc. And so as these companies are looking at the broad volumes of CO2 that they have, and all are then committing to moving forward with decarbonization within their own companies for the issues such as scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions reductions, the implications of investors and shareholders, and the expectations that products ultimately produced from these industries will have a lower carbon intensity. It's a really incredible group that has come together, looking at the Gulf Coast, looking at the Houston area in particular, because as I suggested, we have a tremendous amount of the emitters that are proximally located, but we also have unparalleled geology in the Gulf Coast region, really unparalleled globally in terms of its ability to take up CO2 and to be able to permanently and safely store that CO2. There's a lot of emissions going out of all of these facilities, and to be able to capture those stationary emissions effectively and to do safe and permanent long-term storage. Next slide, please. So as you're probably all familiar, there's really three major areas. It's capture, transport, and storage. Capture represents about 60% of the overall cost stack. Transportation, a bit less, and certainly in our region, probably less so than anywhere else. A lot of pipeline corridors, et cetera, exist here. And as I mentioned, storage is particularly critical as well, both on and offshore. You see, there's a list of the challenges and the opportunities within each of those segments, many of them requiring not just simply technology understanding, but really more about policy, the implications of that policy, and the ability to advance the technology so that broad commercialization can be realized. We actually authored a white paper here at the university several years ago called CCUS, a linchpin to the energy transition. And the real important part about that paper was that it's not about a perpetuation of the fossil fuel industry. It's about an ability for the fossil fuel industry and all industries to make that transition as effectively and rapidly as possible, with the cost implications, the reliability implications associated with an energy system, not just electricity, but the providing oil and gas products, fuels, petrochemicals, etc. And so the idea that we can go through this transition over the next 30 to 50 years as we move toward that decarbonized world that we wish to get to, and really Jim mentioned in his cost stack in terms of the pathway going forward, the transition we're in today is how can we begin to reduce those emissions as fast as we possibly can and ultimately begin to create products with lower carbon intensity. Next slide, please. So in that paper, and then again, I won't belabor this, but we looked at a three-phased program where over the next 10 years at the time, from now to 2030, the industries that we could identify, the pipeline infrastructure available, and looking at each of those emissions point sources and the ability to then deploy capital and then take advantage of infrastructure and build out infrastructure in the fastest way possible. And so that represented the first 10 years of activation. This mirrors the National Petroleum Council study broadly across the United States. By the way, the Gulf Coast represents probably about 25% of the overall impact across the country. Really important to recognize that the Gulf Coast is critical in that first mover period. Next slide will show you where phase two goes. And phase two really expands out beyond the greater Houston area into additional areas where pipeline access could then reach out to other regions, such as Louisiana, and such as beginning to stretch west into areas on its way toward the Permian. And the third slide is really then the expansion phase all the way to 2050, which could then contemplate the amount of scaled development work that's necessary. I mentioned earlier that those 15 emitters had signed on to a project concept of some $100 billion. Let's be clear, there is no inexpensive way to go after this. This is going to be a very costly enterprise. However, the optimism that we can bring from the standpoint of the Gulf Coast is we have a tremendous amount of infrastructure. We've got technology and leadership from companies committed to do this with unparalleled positions in terms of their own balance sheets and willingness to make these investments. It really becomes an existential issue for the state of Texas because we're in a fossil fuel dominated industry base that is making a transition. And that transition will include all aspects of renewables and all the other things that people speak about. But it also is hinged on the fact we need to begin to make those emissions reductions as soon as we possibly can. And I might also add that all of the CCUS infrastructure is basically the critical linchpin to enabling the hydrogen economy, because large scale hydrogen produced at scale by many of these emitters for use in their processes, that hydrogen needs to become decarbonized. And to be able to transition that hydrogen from the way it's produced today to a product that's produced and then decarbonized through carbon capture, utilization, and storage will allow us to make that at scale transition to the hydrogen economy. Just to give you a data point, the world's largest electrolyzer is about 1/50th of the size of a world scale steam methane reformer. So think about the implications of a market today in hydrogen that's about 13 billion cubic feet a day on its way to 50 or 100 billion cubic feet a day.
1 minute.
Then you begin to, thank you, Gina. And then you begin to look at the impact of that across the country. So somebody just put a note up about this, hope this isn't going to be a cost to consumers. Quite honestly, of course it's going to be a cost to consumers. And that's part of the transition we're going through, because as consumers, we need to understand there's a cost, a societal benefit, but a societal cost to all of the things that we're looking at in the energy transition. Next slide. So one of the things that's going on right now through the Department of Energy is the development of large at-scale geologic resources that will enable us to put these CO2 volumes at scale in safe and permanent characterized wells, working very closely with the geologic surveys, working closely with the Department of Energy, and making sure also working with the states and the communities because of the importance of economic and environmental justice and energy equity. Because again, as we make these transitions, there will be an impact to the footprint of the world that we're living in. Much of the rest of this presentation we're sharing also talks about the impacts globally of why CCUS isn't just in the US, but how important it is in the rest of the world, where fossil fuels continue to be 85% of the world's energy supply. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you. And we will, as we're showing this, I'll also want to note that we'll put up all of the slides on the website, so you'll have those available to you. All right. So next up, I think we'll see if we need, I think this is supposed to be on here for 60 seconds, but so next up is Tom Kerr.
You want me to go ahead and start, Gina?
I think so. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. It's great to be with you and to follow those speeches. Really interesting topics. It tees up the topics of India and China quite nicely. So again, I'm with the World Bank Group. And for those of you who don't know what the World Bank Group does, it was designed to help provide lending for development. And obviously, like all other institutions, we're tackling now climate change. So lending in the era of our country is receiving significant climate impacts, but also needing to decarbonize. And so that's our sort of new focus. And we do that through lending to governments, through the World Bank, through companies, through our private sector arm. And we also do, for lawyers on the call, very interesting tools like a development policy loan, which my favorite tool, sort of, here's some money, but with some strings attached. You have to basically make these policy changes in order to receive the cash. And so I think it's a really interesting way we can inflict change in these countries. So first, and I've worked in the climate change space for about 25 years. And, the topic of this talk was sort of what happened after Glasgow, the COP last year for India and China. And I think first it's important just to step back and say, I think there's been two major shifts in the UN process that happens every year at these COPs. And it was really evident in Glasgow. So first was that it's much more public and private now. It used to be very much the private sector saying, we'd like to be part of the conversation, we're not. But I think now that the governments have actually set the direction of travel with the Paris Agreement, they have a framework in place and a rule book. It's really not so much about heavy-duty negotiations. It's really more, how do you implement these targets that governments have announced? And so what you need there is obviously private capital, private innovation, ideas and technologies from the companies. And so you saw in Glasgow, you saw that in spades. You saw CEOs of the most CEOs that ever showed up, banking, real sector. You had pledges of net zero from hundreds of companies. You had a large asset under management group that I think they had 1 trillion or 2 trillion assets under management that aligned with net zero. So they're certainly now part of that discussion. That's really important. I think the second change that we've seen is it really is now a global commitment we're seeing. In the early days of these processes, it was about the developed countries making pledges and then the developing countries asking for money. I mean, that dynamic is still there, but I think the most important thing to say now is that it was 140 countries accounting for 90% of global GDP have now made net zero pledges, including China, India, and even countries like Nigeria and Brazil. And so we saw a big shift in that. That means really that these big emitters are owning that sort of discussion. So let me now shift to China, the world's #1 emitter. So that just for the facts, they've pledged to peak their emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. This, as you might expect, a massive challenge that will require basically decoupling their economic growth from emissions at a faster pace that's ever been done. Full stop. This is going to require, it's going to have major shifts and risks for the country, but also there are really interesting developments and opportunities. So a huge challenges on the risk side, as we all know, a huge industrial economy has to shift more into the service economy mode. A large part of its carbon intensive capital is going to have to become shifted, just like we just saw in the presentation previously. We're going to have to see a lot more investment in these sorts of technologies. Energy prices are going to rise even more than they are now, at least in the short term. And we're going to see job losses and shifts in these sort of fossil fuel industries, with key regions being impacted. The government's going to have to work on these sort of social safety nets for these fossil industries and more active reskilling, job training, and those sorts of policies. So big risks and big challenges for the economy, obviously. But at the same time, China has amazing opportunities in front of it. If anybody's well positioned to take advantage of this sort of clean energy or the global decarbonization shift, it's China. So they, as a huge manufacturing hub, the private sector and the Chinese companies are already leading at the forefront of a lot of these technologies. So for example, 1/4 of the world's solar power is installed in China, 1/3 of its wind power is installed in China. China is the clear leader in vehicle electrification, electric vehicles and batteries. And they're poised to take that even further. And they also are leading in some of those technologies we just heard about, green hydrogen and CCUS, and they're really pushing a lot of these solutions as well. And given their position in Asia and in Africa, you can bet that they're looking to export all of this technologies and services to the emerging markets that are the heavy emitters as well. And so I think there's a lot of work underway there to make those opportunities happen. I think really China is a price taker and not a price maker and not a taker. And it's going to be interesting to see how they take advantage of this dynamic. Now, how will it get there? Some of the policies it's looking at. I mean, maybe some of you don't know that we talked a little bit about the emissions trading scheme at the opening speaker in the EU. China actually has the world's largest EU emissions trading scheme, ETS. It's 3 times larger than the European Union one. And that is it's already driving change and generating revenues for the government to be able to use for some of these sorts of other issues I mentioned before around sort of worker retraining, reinvesting in the economy. They also are going to have to really reform some of their state-owned enterprises. There's a lot of inefficiency there and emissions associated with that. And then also really work in terms of increasing energy storage capacity in their grid. I think that's in grid reforms. They need to be able to basically adapt this to take on more and more intermittent power that they put into their plans. I think they also have a leader in EVs, sort of for buses and public transit, but they're going to have to then move into private fleets and sort of more of the next level of EV deployment. And you can bet they're going to they already have plans for that. So there's a lot of opportunities in China as well. I mean, I think that's a good way to look at their situation. But then now I'd like to pivot to India. And so India also people don't recognize is the world's 3rd largest emitter already, even though they've been a historic, very low emitter and their per capita emissions are very low. I work very closely in India, and even I was, and all of us were very surprised actually when Prime Minister Modi came to Glasgow with a net zero commitment for the country by 2070. That was not anticipated. And they basically pledged that they would, in addition to that net zero pledge, they will grow their renewable capacity fleet to 500 gigawatts by 2030, a massive target, but I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about where they're already at. And then by 2030, half of the energy requirements are going to come from renewable energy that's going to be developed. So this is important, I think, for India because they also see China as a huge competitor, and they're importing a lot of technologies from China, and so they're also looking to build up a sort of manufacturing base for a lot of these solutions. And so again, just like India, or just like China, sorry, India has that sort of glass half full, glass half empty. I think under the glass half full or half empty, I'm sorry, there's a lot of risk. So India right now, I just was looking at the newspapers and getting messages from colleagues in the region. They're experiencing a 47-degree centigrade weather right now, heat wave in April, unprecedented. That's 116 degrees Fahrenheit. So they are on the forefront of climate risk. They're experiencing these heat waves and floods, and they are. If you look at sort of the numbers, they are some estimates are they're the most climate vulnerable, most climate impacted economy in the world. There was one estimate that I think it was if you look at all the losses from coastal flooding and storms and heat waves and droughts on the agricultural sector, it was $69 billion in 2019, the highest in the world. And this is really important for political reasons as well, because I think if there's almost 54% of the country's water is in water stressed areas. You have 650 million people dependent on the agricultural economy. And so these are real impacts that they're facing today. So that's a huge risk in terms of political turmoil. You could see some unrest if they don't take action to really make the economy more resilient. At the same time, they are a heavily coal-based economy. I think more than 2/3 of their power comes from coal. Indian Railways runs on coal. It's the world's largest employer. They have made some commitments to phase out some, I think about 50 gigawatts of existing coal plant capacity, but they still have new coal plants on the books. Even though they're very efficient, they're going to be much more carbon intensive, let's say, than natural gas or renewables. So I think there was an estimate that their stranded asset risk in this sort of coal fleet is about $60 billion. But again, then on that front, we have been working at the World Bank, and other lenders are looking at these sort of just transition, cases where there's a real urgent need to help transition these economies. And India is looking to, I don't know if some of you that might have watched the COP, one of the most interesting things that came out of COP was South Africa, which is also a very heavily coal-powered economy, struck a deal with France and Germany and the UK. They got $8 billion to help basically do this just transition in the coal sector. So India is looking for those sorts of supports as well as it makes this transition. And then finally, on the opportunity side, it's also, there's, with these targets, I mentioned the 500 gigawatts target. That seems like a huge amount. But remember, a great sort of spotlight there is on India's solar market. So about a decade ago, India had very little solar power. Today, it's the world's 4th biggest market. They have, I think, getting on 100 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity already. And 50 gigawatts is currently under construction right now. And the price, the delivered price is actually about 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour or around there, which is actually cheaper than its delivered costs in the US and some other developed markets. And so they've really rapidly built out that solar. And they see this as it goes to the points we were talking about energy security. This is it's reduced imports. It's more control over their electricity future and the costs of imports, as well as the backbone of a possible green hydrogen economy going forward. I think, how did they do the solar revolution in India? It started with a real vision and sort of a solar mission that was led by the prime minister, but then they did a carrot and stick approach where they sort of mandated certain buybacks of the power, but then also gave incentives to states for building more renewables. I think one key piece was they looked at sort of the land issues, which are always thorny in these areas for solar parks, and they developed some public-private partnerships to set aside land. And then that was able to free up a lot of and get rid of a lot of the risk around developing large-scale solar. And so they took off very rapidly with that. I think they also have one of the world-class power grids. Yes, one of the world-class power grids in terms of integrating renewables into the grid. But then their challenges exist, and they have very poorly run distribution utilities. They're state-owned, and those are really sadly in need of reform. And then the final thing they need to do is they're looking at electricity storage as well, batteries, and bringing that into the utility scale to kind of even out some of the power. So that's going to be another challenge they have. But again, so I guess if you look at India, you look at China, both of them, depending on whether you're a glass half full or glass half empty sort of person, they both have huge challenges, but also massive opportunities, and already they have a track record of already making major changes. And so if my money was on innovation, it will be in China and India. And I look forward to hearing more about this panel's been great to hear about some of the other things we're doing in the US and kind of sharing some of those ideas with my counterparts in Asia. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My turn. Let me start by thanking Chuck for reminding me why I never use slides on Zoom meetings. Number of people have commented about how rapidly the dialogue is shifting on the subject of climate change and decarbonization. I've been with my firm for 49 years practicing energy law, and I've never seen the dialogue shift quite the way it has recently. I am an adjunct professor at Georgetown Law School, and this semester I've been teaching a course on renewable energy and zero emission energy. The course has 17 students, and at the beginning of the course, the students were asked to select a focus, a topic to carry through the course. Of the 17 students, 7 selected nuclear, which amazed me because it up till now has not been that significant a part of the dialogue. When people talk about the role of nuclear as we move forward, they tend to focus on the future, and they tend to focus on technology and the change in the character of the fuels and of the character of the plants. My focus is on the present. I think the number one goal, or number one task for the nuclear industry is to protect and preserve what we already have. We have 55 nuclear plants, 93 active reactors producing 96 gigawatts of energy, which is 20% of the electricity production in the United States. We've lost 39 reactors. We're only building 2 new ones, the Vogtle reactors in South Carolina. 3 to 5 reactors are slated for decommissioning, most notably the Diablo Canyon reactor in California. And Diablo Canyon is 2,256 megawatts, which is 8% of California's energy production and 15% of its carbon-free production. And the notion that that plant should be shut down, even though its license could be renewed for another 20 years, to me is frankly alarming. The 2 obstacles to preserving and protecting what we have are economics and spent nuclear fuel. On the economic side, nuclear has been pushing against other forms of renewable carbon-free energy that have subsidies in a variety of forms. Renewable energy credits, solar renewable energy credits. There now is, the Biden administration is now aware that we need to adopt that same model for nuclear energy through what are now called zero emission credits, to give the nuclear industry the ability to generate revenue from their zero emission characteristics. 2 states, Illinois and Ohio, have already adopted ZECs. New York has been back and forth, but the Biden administration has now put a significant amount of effort and money into DOE's program to promote the development of a ZEC market. I think it's important on the economic side. On the spent nuclear fuel side, the spent nuclear fuel situation with the nuclear industry is one of the great tragedies of government. The government adopted a law in 1998, and even before 1998, that took control of all spent nuclear fuel, collected 1 mil per megawatt hour of nuclear generation, accumulated $40 billion for the development of a repository to remove spent nuclear fuel from sites. $9 billion of that was spent on Yucca Mountain, which went nowhere, or at least has gone nowhere yet. 30 of the 40 billion has been spent on damages to help the industry manage the spent nuclear fuel, both in the context of operating the plant and the context of decommissioning the plant. When President Obama put the sort of stake in the heart of the Yucca Mountain project, he created a blue ribbon commission called America's Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future. And like 10 years ago, that commission issued a report about consent-based siting, finding a way to convince communities to agree to be the site of storage of spent nuclear fuel. That report is 10 years old. Nothing has happened. The Biden administration is now putting money into a renewed effort to find sites to remove spent nuclear fuel. All of the plants that are being decommissioned are looking forward to 50 or 60 or 70 years of babysitting spent nuclear fuel. Hopefully someday we'll find a solution to that. The other side of the equation from preserving what we have is developing additional nuclear capability. And that, everybody I think agrees, is going to require the development of new technology, one that focused on overcoming the fear factor, which is what really drives the dampening of the enthusiasm for nuclear. Joe McMonagle mentioned small modular reactors. That's obviously the direction that the world is going. These are smaller 300 to 350 megawatt reactors, don't require location near a seaside. That compares to the 1,200 to 2,200 megawatt reactors that exist now. The process of developing the SMRs has actually led to development of even smaller size reactors that could, for example, be used in ocean-going ships. The ocean-going ships, depending on their size, use between the 25 to 85 megawatt equivalent power. I once wrote an article about using nuclear in ocean-going transportation, and people are saying, "Oh my God, putting nuclear reactors on the sea." Well, guess what? Every aircraft carrier, every submarine that's on the ocean now, it has a nuclear reactor. So it's not exactly a novel approach. The focus on technology has been and will continue to be on safer fuels, fuels different from the types of fuels embedded in fuel rods that are used today, a reduction in the amount of waste generated from nuclear power plants, and a longer life to the fuel cycle. The fuel cycle for a boiling water reactor today is 18 to 24 months. The fuel cycle for some of the new technologies could be as long as 6 years. The process of developing SMRs is complicated because the technology is unproven, and the fear factor, it makes it difficult to find sites for new nuclear reactors. But there's progress being made. Reference was made to the TerraPower plant in Wyoming that's being supported by a number of Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Pacific Corp and Rocky Mountain Power. That plant is a 345 megawatt plant that uses liquid sodium as a heat sink and also as a source of containing the radioactive material. A great deal of interest in companies called TerraPower. There's a great deal of interest worldwide in that technology, but it's not the only technology. There's another company called X Energy run by Clay Sell, who used to be Deputy Secretary of the US Department of Energy. And that uses an uranium oxide fuel core, which has a much, much longer life than the typical nuclear fuels. And then there's another technology being developed by GERA, G-E-R-A, which actually the nuclear generation is from combustion of a fuel that uses depleted uranium hexachloride. And uranium hexachloride, believe it or not, is very, very prevalent in seawater. Not a question of using and looking to sources of uranium. These technologies show a great deal of promise, and there's no question that there are other technologies that are being developed at the same time. One of the interesting aspects for the small modular reactors is where do you put them? And there are a number of companies, one of which I represent, that is looking at the possibility of repurposing the site of existing coal plants, not to convert the coal plant itself to nuclear, but to use the site and all of the associated infrastructure to first demolish the coal plant, remediate the property, and then put a nuclear plant in that place so that it can use the transmission lines and the other infrastructure. And it's an interesting opportunity. So you go to the community and you say, the good news is we're getting rid of that dirty old coal plant. The bad news is we're putting a nuclear power plant in its place. And that's not something that will be easy to overcome, but it should be overcome, and it must be overcome if we're going to achieve our zero emission or net zero goals. One of the other aspects of technology is one that has a long and tortured history, and that's reprocessing spent nuclear fuel. We have an almost infinite supply of spent nuclear fuel rods. 92% of the energy in those fuel rods is untapped. The fuel rod is retired after it generates electricity using about 5 to 8%. The fundamental problem with reprocessing is that the process of reprocessing those fuel rods produces plutonium, and the anti-proliferation people who have every reason to be concerned about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine are very much against the production of plutonium in order to salvage the energy content of fuel rods. But there are other technologies for reprocessing that could release the remaining energy in those fuel rods, and that itself could be a short-term or medium-term solution to develop an additional nuclear capability. So let me sum up. I'm not out of my time, but I'm out of your time. In summary, I think the number one focus has to be on protecting what we have. The number two focus has to be on developing new technologies. And the overriding focus has to be on getting people comfortable with the notion that nuclear power is safe power. I'm going to end there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And like any good panel, we have gone over our time, but that's kind of part of conferences, I think, and we'll do our best to stay within as close as we can. But I would like to get to a few questions. And I find your presentation very interesting because I teach energy law and renewable energy law, and the number of students who are interested in nuclear has risen quite exponentially through the last few years. And they definitely have been focusing on some of the things that you've talked about. And in fact, I just had a presentation on the floating nuclear, which was fascinating. I want to ask one question that, as I think about this, and I think about all of the changes that we've made, one of the things that kind of popped up in everybody's discussion is with regard to environmental justice. Because as we're considering using more property, as we're considering having more infrastructure, as we're even thinking about bringing in more nuclear, I think on the forefront of this needs to be the thought of the damage that we've historically done, and what do we do about that? And so how does environmental justice fit in? And also, how does energy justice fit in? And so are we going to be disproportionately creating higher costs of energy for previously disadvantaged communities? And then also when we're thinking about all this infrastructure and all of the needs for this, how are these things being addressed that you guys have seen?
Let me address environmental justice. It's funny, that's a topic that I've been wrestling with in an entirely different context, which is building seawater desalination plants in California, where the California is in severe drought, enormous deficiency on water, and desalination is a relatively expensive but reliable way of generating water. And the desalination plants that I've been working on are sited at power plants because you don't have to build new water intake and water outflow infrastructure. Power plants tend to be in areas that don't promote, expensive apartments and condos, and so the environmental justice issue conflicts with the desire to use existing infrastructure in order to facilitate the development of new opportunities. If you look for the perfect site for a nuclear power plant, it would probably be in a remote location that would require an enormous amount of construction of infrastructure. And then you get back into the environmental justice issue. So it's like everything else, there has to be a balance. And I think building new, smaller nuclear plants at the site of existing coal plants with benefits to the community that go along with removing the coal plants is one approach to the environmental justice issue. It's an issue that has to be dealt with, but it can't be an obstacle to progress.
Gina, if I may, at the work we're doing at B Carbon, we have incorporated a principle of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the development of our standard. And in the United States, 97% of the private property is owned by whites. And so there you've got some inequities built into any type of cash flow. And so what we're looking to do is find ways to help smaller landowners. A lot of the minority community that are landowners, many of those have issues with mortgages and with not being able to put in the testing that's going to be required and things like that. So we are making a special effort to reach out and have inclusive policies, not only for minority landowner participation and indigenous participation, but also in the engineering and the field testing and all of the related services. There's a whole cadre of people that are going to have to be educated on nature-based systems, and we can work that into the education process that we're in the infrastructure, if you will, that we're developing to support the nature-based system. So that's at least one approach that we're taking.
Any ideas about the costs? So that came up in, Charles, that came up in your conversation a little bit, but I want to bring Tom in too. What do you think about the costs and these trickle down costs?
From my perspective, I think it has to be, especially from a developing country, we can't just come in and talk to them about green hydrogen and CCUS as a first. We have to kind of come at them with a roadmap and where are you now in terms of emissions intensity, and where do you see the biggest low-hanging fruit that can sometimes, energy efficiency, waste heat recovery, renewable fuels, that can get you on that pathway to shift into the more expensive options. But I think you can't avoid it. I mentioned China's ETS. We are strong advocates to put a price on carbon and remove fossil fuel subsidies. We have to engage the finance ministers where they're sitting in terms of how, they're already hemorrhaging money a lot of times to really inefficient subsidies for the agricultural sector, for energy, that they could repurpose. At the same time, we've seen, billions of dollars being generated in revenues from carbon trading or from carbon taxes. I know it's politically challenging, but I think you have to have those conversations because it creates a pool of money that you can then have a conversation about, okay, we want to use this to incentivize green investment in this community, or we want to give lower income households a break on their bills, and so this helps them with any price rises that might result as a result of some of these changes. So I think the fiscal policies are really important, and this can't be an environmental conversation. It has to be bringing in the finance ministers as well.
Gina, from my perspective on the cost issue, with all the discussion that I've had both in the law school class and with clients, there's less and less of a focus on energy efficiency, of using less energy. But there are mechanisms. There's a concept called metered energy efficiency, where an entity comes along and invests millions of dollars in improving the efficiency of buildings and properties, and that has value. And the energy efficiency is metered, and there's a compensation for it that helps support the development of the efficiency materials, windows, light bulbs, all those kinds of things. I think the dialogue has got to start including energy efficiency to a greater level, because it's one way to reduce the inevitable cost impact of the changes that are headed toward the decarbonization.
Gina, my reaction to that is that, there's a lot of lenses to look through. The lens that we often find ourselves looking through is one of a developed country with a lot of money and a lot of choices that we have. And it's a wonderful place to be. But if you look at where the majority of the emissions are, and the majority of the CO2 that's going to the atmosphere is in underdeveloped countries that are building their population like nobody's business. And so recognizing that these places are going to require, if you will, the magic of technology to deliver cost-effective solutions. People aren't going to sacrifice their ability to get energy because they're worried about their carbon footprint while they're sitting in a hut in Jakarta trying to figure out how to cook their food. And I think it's kind of important for all of us in this developed, wonderful world that we live in to keep thinking about the lens of the global footprint that really is going to move the needle, not just what's going to make us feel good.
All right, well, awesome. That's a great place to end. I think we're getting kicked off anyway. So I do see some questions in the chat. I'm happy to try to address some of those. And then also the panelists, maybe you guys could respond to some of those in the chat as well. And then I will pass on the baton here though. Sorry about going over, but great conversation. Thank you so much to the panelists. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say, absolutely, it's usually not a problem at all when people run over because the conversation is that interesting. So thanks to all the panelists and to Gina for a wonderful job moderating. We're going to go ahead and segue directly into our next keynote speaker, which hopefully will be a nice opportunity for folks to end on a high note before we break for lunch after her presentation, which also gives a little flexibility in our schedule. So I'd like to briefly introduce Brett Snyder, who will be moderating the discussion with Sheila Hollis. Brett is a partner at Blank Rum's Washington, D.C. office, where he specializes in energy practice that brings him before various agencies, including FERC, DOE, the CFTC, the FCC, and federal courts. I will also note, though, that buried in his description of his professional advancements is there's a little hint that he actually might be a future academic someday, because he actually was one of the co-authors of the ABA FERC manual, which means that ultimately someday we'll bring him over to our side of the fence. So with that, Brett, I'll pass the baton to you and let you take discussion with Sheila, but I will have to make one historical note. It's a special delight to have Sheila back because we actually had her for one of our first North American Energy Conferences as our keynote speaker. And the topic at that time was how we are going to build out all our LNG import terminals to bring LNG into the United States, just to give you a sense of how much the landscape has changed in the meantime. So with that, Brett, take it away.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Good afternoon and welcome to the keynote address of the 6th Annual North American Environmental, Energy, and Natural Resources Law Conference. It is my distinct pleasure today to introduce our keynote speaker, Sheila Hollis. After Ms. Hollis's presentation this afternoon, I will take questions from the audience via the Zoom chat function. Ms. Hollis is the acting executive director of the United States Energy Association. Prior to her appointment in August of 2020, Ms. Hollis had served as USEA chairman since June 2019. Ms. Hollis is of counsel with the firm Duane Morris, served on its executive committee, and was managing partner and is chair of the Washington, D.C. office. She specializes in energy and environmental law and policy, domestically and internationally. She has represented clients throughout the United States and the world, including several states, municipalities, major energy entities, and foreign governments. For 20 years, she was adjunct professor at George Washington University Law School, teaching over 600 students and co-authoring texts on energy law. She was the first woman president of the Federal Energy Bar Association, chaired the section of Environment, Energy, and Resources of the American Bar Association, and serves on the ABA Board of Directors. Ms. Hollis is the first energy lawyer to be honored as one of the top 100 lawyers and top 50 women lawyers in Washington, D.C. by Super Lawyers. She serves on the board of the American Friends of the Royal Society and holds several other honorary positions. She is an honorary North American member of the Commercial Bar of England and Wales. Ms. Hollis is a fellow of the American College of Environmental Law and has received multiple honors and awards, including Lifetime Achievement Awards from Platts Energy in 2011 and the Petroleum Economist in 2018. In 2021, Sheila received a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Women, Influence, and Power and in the Law Awards. Sheila, thank you very much for joining us today.
It's an honor to be here, Brett. And as I listened to many of our speakers and also looked at the attendees and the entire wonderful University of Houston initiative, I realize that many of us have traveled this bumpy road to nirvana with respect to energy and environment balancing. And it's just a great experience to see everybody back again and to see us gathered around these same incredibly central issues to the survival not just of certain elements of our society, but all of our society. And basically the world is in our hands with respect to energy and environmental related issues. Well, through dint of fate and an unfortunate sad story, I was chair of the board of USEA when the executive director suddenly passed away in 2019, and I was asked to step in as acting. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to be doing that. About USEA, we're talking about a lot of different organizations here. Sometimes it can be confusing because there are so many organizations involved in energy and environment, but nonpartisan, non-lobbying, founded in 1924, very basic concept at the time, primarily involving the electric industry. And we have, it's a really small staff. We only have 30 staff members, but we work with the US government and with a variety of consulting operations, universities, academic institutions of various sorts throughout the world. And just around our board, we've got Edison Electric, API, AGA, TVA, Arizona State University, they're huge in energy, Brookhaven National Lab. So we have a very diverse board and a very wonderful board that contributes very heavily to what we do, how we do it, and when we do it. So we worked in 104 countries, if you can imagine it, really since the wall fell. And we've worked very extensively in Ukraine and all throughout Eastern Europe. And we work not only on our own and not only with consultants. In many circumstances, our members have joined in and have volunteered their time and effort to go around the world to help improve the energy landscape, to improve the life of the people. It's USAID, DOE, and the Department of State that are our sources of funding. So my philosophical bent here is pretty basic. Energy never sleeps, that's my motto. Energy impacts every living being. Directly or indirectly, all modern life is dependent on energy. That's just the way it is. What we're trying to do is to help achieve affordable, reliable, environmentally conscious energy. We're doing a tremendous focus on the development, delivery, distribution, and utilization required for the health and well-being of the public. and we're assisting in building fair and transparent energy regulatory structures. We really want to address the problems of the past and look to the future, and that's what we're trying to do, and what the U.S. government, let me say, is so devoted to and really wants to see happen. I cannot say enough good things about USAID and their commitment to making these things happen around the world, as well as state and energy.
Sheila,
We have a very heightened focus on cybersecurity, working with DOE and other institutions. We have promoted very extensively a lot of programs. Everything we do is without cost. If you go to our website, you'll be able to tune in and listen to many of the most profound thinkers, visionaries, and also hyper-technical, capable people who are doing this day to day. It's their mission, it's their calling. Everything from environmental justice to cybersecurity related issues. So with that, I would like to go, if we could, Brett, into our slides to show kind of give a snapshot. We've talked a little bit about it. It may help to be able to visualize what's going on in energy with maps and charts and the like. So let us move into that category. Okay.
Can you see it now?
I can see that, yes. Here,
Okay.
let's see if we can get it to move. Let's see if we can get this to move. There we go. Okay. All right. We're going to move.
Keep going.
We're getting there.
Keep going.
We're going backwards. Okay, let's talk a little bit about global energy consumption, give you a perception of what it is, where the energy is going, and why. Clearly, the U.S. is a leader in consumption. We are big consumers of energy as well as big producers of energy. China and Russia as well. India, massive. Brazil and Egypt, and of course, Saudi Arabia and the like. I don't know why we're bouncing backwards, but that's okay, great. Anyway, just so you get the primary energy consumption, where's it going? Well, not a surprise, US, China, Russia to a lesser extent, India, and the rest of the world is just is lagging behind in the amount of energy that they use. But you can see that throughout the world, no surprise, it's the key big countries that are driving a lot of the energy consumption. Next slide, please. And we've talked a lot about renewables, give you an idea of where the renewables are. And I obviously will tell you that a good deal of the renewables are hydro, not insignificant solar, wind and the like, but honestly, most of it is in these places where there's intense, you can see intense production is primarily, not exclusively, from hydro. It's interesting, actually, how that works. There's a lot of solar, but basically it's hydro. Next phase. Yeah. So here you go. Again, chart to kind of give you a clear picture. Hydro, wind, yes. Solar, yes. Other renewables, yes. Hydro is, of course, dependent so much on the availability of water that vacillates all the time. I had the honor of representing a number of large cities that are hydropower owners or developers, and that's absolutely essential to their existence, not just the hydropower, but the water that goes into the hydropower, i.e. San Francisco and the state of California in general, but it goes way beyond that. Next slide, please. Again, hydropower, massive amounts of hydropower in and around Africa, Central Africa, and of course, Ethiopia. There's the Nile River Dam, which is operating now, but also a lot still throughout Africa, in and around Central Africa, and then also South America. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about renewables. Renewables, China is really growing very dramatically in their reliance on renewables for their generation mix. just extremely fast growth in that, and they have the capacity to do it because they have the ability to store. They also have access to a lot of the rare earths, rare minerals that can go into battery storage. I think that's going to be a major initiative in China, and because they have and retain those rare earths, rare minerals, not just in China but in Africa where they have acquired them, they're going to be a real leader in that area. USA, certainly we have a lot of renewables. EU has a fair amount of renewables. India, modest, really modest, and the rest of the world, it's a mixed bag. But you can see China is just so far out in front with respect to wind, hydro, and everything else. So let's go to the next slide, please. And you'll note that I've taken these slides from a variety of sources, but a fair amount of them are from IEA and international entities. So where are we in the US? Just to give us a sense of where we are, coal is certainly sliding down, and not just now, but in the future appears to be really tapering down to a relatively modest percentage of our energy utilization. Nuclear, we've had this great discussion about nuclear. The problem is, of course, in the US, getting it licensed and relicensed. And I think some of my colleagues here on the panels today and in the audience know full well that it is an excruciatingly long and difficult and highly charged, so to speak, forgive that little twist, process through the NRC. Nothing wrong with the NRC. It's just the entire process, the anti-nuclear sentiment in a number of communities that has led to a lot of closure of some of our older nuclear plants. That's just the reality. And no matter how much we want to go to low carbon future, it is still very difficult to initiate a new nuclear plant of significant size and to keep the ones that are in existence today relicensed and going. And also because we have not really come up with the magic formula to deal with nuclear waste and what to do with it. We spent about $15 billion in Nevada, which is for naught. It's a great tunnels. If you want to go skateboarding through long tunnels, it costs $15 billion. There's a place for you to do that out in Nevada, where we were going to store all of our nuclear waste. Right now it's stored in casks, dry cask storage in a variety of locations. There are plans and have been plans at DOE to move to some more centralized locations regionally, but there's still a lot of nuclear waste that is parked out there from the closed nuclear plants, but just in general. It's pretty clear that we're going to see a lot of reliance on natural gas in the future, maybe a slight drop in percentage because of the CO2 concerns, but natural gas, it's available, we've got it, and the technology is not so incredibly complicated to have a gas-fired generating facility. So it maintains its very desirable status, and we have a lot of it. So I think that is a pretty safe prediction that this percentage is not going to drop precipitously for a significant time to come. Next slide, please. All right, this is the US generation from renewables, almost all hydro until just recently. And then other things began to work their way in, solar, wind, and geothermal modest, but it certainly will grow. But tremendous amount of wind. The issue is going to be the battery storage for the wind, and also solar, but primarily the wind, because we are capable and we have a lot of wind facilities, and we're going to build a lot more. They're now off Cape Cod. So I think that's just, you're seeing the beginning of that. Certainly in the Midwest and upper Midwest, wind power is key. It's a question of how, once you get it on the wires, if you can't utilize it all, then can you store it? So I think that's the challenge awaiting. And I think that's where there's a tremendous opportunity for technology and certainly massive investment. Next slide, please. Well, interesting. Of course, a lot of this is related to COVID. The drop in demand, rather significant, but yet in that same time, we have seen development further of wind, solar, hydropower, other renewables, but basically the drop in demand for gas-fired power, nuclear-fired power, and certainly coal and oil, not just because it's because of generation, but because of utilization in transportation and a variety of other places. Next slide, please. Yep, and here's the story. You can see that some countries, including the United States, are very, very, very heavily dependent on fossil fuels. Honestly, that is not going to fade into like a lovely light yellow here. You see in Norway, they've been able to shift away from oil development, massive development of wind farms, wind towers, transmission. That is enabled them to shift away from the utilization of fossil fuels, and they're really on the cusp of massive new investment in battery storage, other storage, and the like, to really take that lesson and move it maybe to other parts of the world as well. But in the meantime, we have to survive. And with respect to the Russian gas situation, there is in a lot of intensity, obviously, in Eastern Europe, still on coal, trying to make the transition away from coal in Eastern Europe and other parts of the world is really pretty difficult. And that's going to be underway, but the World Bank and a variety of other players are going to have to be able to step up and make this happen, because a number of these countries simply do not have the dollars to build the new infrastructure necessary to go in that other direction. So this is a map to really watch. This is just a year and a half or so old, but you can see so much dependence on fossil fuels still in a very, very significant part of the world. Let me say, and this is, I think this was mentioned previously, that if you look at Africa, there's no data, but basically a very significant portion of Africa has fundamentally no meaningful energy supply. It's intermittent. You may have, if you're lucky, you have hydro, maybe some wind power, but basically it's going to be dependent on fossil fuels if they can get them and if they have the facilities to be able to utilize them. So we'll see how that pans out, but it's very, very difficult with respect to Africa and certain parts of South America, where they just basically need electric power, and they do not have adequate supply of it. Next slide, please. Here we go. Well, here I think you can see we have the godsend of having the incredible resources that we have, but you can see U.S. gas production, despite the pressures downwards to have it pull back, that there is a significant portion of the environmental ESG community that believes that further development of natural gas is a very bad thing for the country and a bad thing for the world. Nevertheless, you can see that that is likely on this curve continue to go up. And considering the fact that we were importing Russian gas and actually dependent on LNG from Russia, I would expect that this natural gas dependency and development in our country is not going to fade into oblivion anytime soon at all. You can see that gas production in other parts of the world is relatively limited. Now, Australia has some. They can't utilize it all. A lot of it has to be shipped, and still Australia is shipping massive amounts of coal around the world too. But Australia has an opportunity to develop an awful lot of natural gas. They have a lot of it now, but then getting it from Australia to other parts of the world, they're clearly Japan, South Korea, and other parts of the world is a natural for Australia. It's close, it could happen, but it's still a long way. And we have, from the US perspective, we have the ability to move LNG a little more quickly, a little more simply into the European and other areas of the world. So that's it. But Australia is definitely a country to watch. They have a lot of opportunity to develop it further. Qatar as well.
Sheila?
Yes.
Yep. Sheila, this is it's Brett. We need to pause for a second.
Sure.
And I would like to alert the audience to the code that's on their screen for CLE credit. It'll stay up there for a couple of seconds. Please write it down so that you can obtain your credit, your CLE credit.
Well, I see my face is very large, but maybe a slide would.
Yeah. Can we get the slide deck back?
I'm having a bad attack of Irish face here. Dial it back.
Tracy, can you put the slide back up? There you go.
Oh, that's very cute. That's hard to compete with. Okay. So here we are taking a pretty good look at U.S. gas production, which is delightfully high when you need it, but certainly not without its critics. And I expect that the criticism from the environmental community is very, very likely to intensify. You can see the difficulties, live it out at the FERC, the difficulties of getting a pipeline approved, certificated. It's a challenge. It's always been a challenge, but particularly in recent years, it has been a tremendous challenge. And of course, it's a tremendous challenge to get any kind of major new energy facility actually in the ground and running and approved. It's just, it's a wonderful thing to have a democracy. But sometimes when you're trying to get something accomplished, when you have a vision and not everybody agrees with that vision, we have a system whereby there's a lot of bumps in the road to making that happen. I think that's good news for lawyers, but not so good maybe for the development of an energy policy and being able to stick to it. And of course, every time there's an election, the House flips, the Senate flips, the White House flips. It creates potential for more slowdowns, roadblocks, diversity of opinion, to put it mildly and cleanly, on the way to getting things accomplished. I do think that the U.S. will continue to produce more natural gas and that it will be grudgingly accepted in some quarters, but because it is more attractive than some other possibilities, that ultimately it will be accepted and may make up 30–40% of the energy supply for the country for at least the next decade or two. All right, let's go from here. Okay, yeah. So here, back to our LNG story. Louisiana is a busy place. The Gulf Coast is a busy place because we are exporting so much LNG, very significant, and it's helping a lot of economies around the world. And what's interesting too is it's not just LNG to go into a pipeline and move into a country, but there's so many facilities right at the shore that electric generation can take place very, very close to where the ships dock. And the LNG can be utilized right there, allowing a lot of new generation from LNG without the complexities of building a major pipeline facility. Certainly in Vietnam, that is what we see happening, but in other parts of the world as well. And the LNG can also be used in so many non-generating utilizations, industrial uses throughout the world, that too makes it a very, very attractive, handy, comprehensible source of energy. And in the countries that welcome it, they welcome it with very, very, very open arms. And it's a critical part of their energy supply and their ability to serve their people, to manufacture, to keep people warm, and a whole series of things that opens up a different way of life when that LNG is available. So I think it's absolutely going to grow and will become more central in the world's energy supply. Understanding at each step of the way, there's going to be objections. And certainly the desire to reduce CO2 is going to focus in the vast array of players that want to just reduce CO2 is going to zero in on LNG even more than they already are. Next chapter here. Yeah. So you can see natural gas was sort of bubbling along, very modest prices, relatively speaking, although the price of gas and oil has bounced up and down for many years. It has been on the low side lately, but when things really started to tighten down and it became clear that there was trouble afoot, you can see what's happening with the demand for natural gas, including LNG, and what is going on with respect to the upshoots in that pricing. And because it's a world market, it's like oil. It's going to be volatile. And LNG can move a lot of countries around the world in the tankers. And you're going to see this volatility in LNG unless there's long-term locked-in prices in place. You're going to see this volatility at least for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. Yeah. And despite our best efforts to reduce CO2 by pushing down the utilization of coal, and same in many other parts of the world, you can see that China is just going full steam ahead in developing its coal resources, and its coal resources are directly utilized to then mine more rare earths and more rare minerals in China, which is a fascinating thing. And that will enable China to, and it's not their fault that they either went out and got it on their own or had it in China already, these rare earths, rare minerals, but the amount of coal that is utilized in getting this incredibly valuable stuff out of the ground involves a lot of coal-fired power to make that happen. And China is building a significant number of coal-fired generation plants still. Next slide, please. Yes, this is very interesting slide, actually, how coal moves around the world. Extremely interesting. From former Soviet Union goes into other parts of Europe, China. You can see the massive amount of coal that's on a ship and moving around the world on a continuous basis. And that will decline over time, but in the meantime, it's still very, very active, and many countries are heavily dependent on it. Australia just has massive quantities of coal, and we have significant quantities of coal as well. Many of our coal mines have been shut down, but we still have a lot of coal in the US. So it's very interesting, and the shifting map of the world and who's in control where will determine how much more coal will go out into the world, and the CO2 implications of that, we'll see. It depends on how much we're able to control that CO2 emission, and how much desperation there is for energy from coal power, energy fired by coal. So next slide, please. So here we see no pledge in the US as to exactly when we're going to move away from coal-fired power. Other parts of the world either don't have it and will not have the ability to develop it, or are more reticent about how eager they are to phase out. So it's interesting. You live life in real time, and everything is dependent on whether there's a war, whether there's a lockdown on certain types of energy. You can see it can shift. It can shift in a year or two, and we're going to continue to see this three-dimensional chess game being played all over the world as to who gets the energy, where does it come from, how does it get there, and how do we use it. So I think you're really looking at a continuously, this map is alive. So just assume that you could look in another week and there could be some significant shifts in the way things are moving and happening. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a very painful slide because you think of so much of the world that has basically don't have electricity at all. I think it's probably higher than 10.5%. But it is a pretty scary map, and there's real serious desperation. When I was at the CERA meeting in Houston a few weeks ago, the countries that do not have access to energy, do not have access to electricity, well, they're reaching a point where they'll do just about anything to get it because they can't be part of the modern world, and people are suffering tremendously because they just don't have electric power. They can't advance their societies. People are medically suffering from it as well as emotionally suffering from the fact that they just don't have power. Having worked extensively in Africa, you can't believe it till you go see it, but there's a lot of Africa that simply does not have meaningful electric power at all. If there's any, it comes from a little generator, little oil generator that they might have for industrial purposes or the like. But it's a desperate situation, and I think we're in such a rich and lucky country that we take some of these things for granted, and it's always easy to cut plans for other countries around the world. But when you look at this map and realize the suffering of people who cannot join the modern world and who their day-to-day lives are, basically either cut short or substantially retarded for their development, for their education, for their health and welfare and longevity. This is something to really think about, and understanding that these countries are so desperate, the people in these countries are so desperate for energy that basically they will do just about anything to get it. Whether it's burning wood, whether it is burning coal, or any step up from that, burning waste, doesn't matter. It's going to be a battle for survival, particularly in the parts of the world that are significantly, population is growing and the needs are enhanced and growing as well along with it. Next slide, please. Here we go. This is a fascinating show of where the lithium is going to come from for battery storage. Well, China, this really doesn't entirely tell the tale because China has acquired lithium in other parts of the world and lays claim to a lot of it in Africa, but well beyond that as well. We just do not have significant lithium in the US. Canada doesn't show up on here, but Canada has some not inconsequential amounts, but you see who is really running the table here: Australia, but China, Argentina, and basically who knows about Russia really. We'll find out about that, I'm sure. Next slide, please. There you go. These are the earth exports. You can see that's just dried up because they are retaining them for their own battery development and sales. So there you go. They had the wisdom to acquire the rare earth and the planning and foresight to hang on to it as much as possible for their own utilization. So that's, you have to give them credit for their vision. Next slide, please. There you go. This is CCUS facilities operating and development. I can tell you that the US government is investing heavily and doing a lot of training and education with respect to carbon capture and storage throughout the country, a lot in the Southwest and West, but not only there. And I think you're going to see the US government step up in a major way, even further, to make carbon capture a key element of our energy plans, of our energy policy, even beyond where it is now. I think we're really on the cusp of huge change here. And if we can find the ability to be able to cite the carbon capture in the US, we'll be doing ourselves a big favor, understanding that it's controversial, it's difficult, it's always in a place where there's going to be controversy. But I think the trade-offs are going to be, they have to be realized. And there's a lot of players have to come to the table to make this work for the benefit of the country going forward and for the benefit of the world. So we're going to see a lot more action on this topic in the US for sure. Next slide, please. Now, I'm trying to take a step back and look at what should be on our mind in the country now. Obviously, ESG and the environment, social governance related issue, and environmental justice. ABA just has now included it in its basically its charter is a big focus on environmental justice domestically and internationally, and an increased awareness about the impact of energy facilities, distribution, every generation facilities, distribution facilities, and the like in disadvantaged communities, minority communities, disadvantaged communities, because it's not a pretty history at all. It's a very complex history, and it's something that is going to take a lot of sorting out, ironing out, cleaning up, and dealing with over the course of the next many, many decades. One good thing we see is an ever-changing worldwide energy trade that is going to continue on, and it's very robust. There's a lot of life to it. There's a lot of big players. And so you're going to see this activity in the worldwide level. The challenge for the US is going to be, how do we come out on top? Because it's going to be no quarter given and none expected from other countries. So it's going to be up to us to continue to research, to develop the capability, intellectual capability, that technological scientific capability, working with the labs, but beyond the labs into industry to make this happen, to make us strong enough to be able to trade, to develop the energy storage, battery development, and all the materials that we need to do that, to be able, and this is this ongoing saga of building infrastructure. It's always a huge controversy. Who wants a big transmission line in their backyard or a huge pipeline? The honest to God truth is, it's very difficult to find anybody that, wow, what a great idea, especially when it's taken by eminent domain or the powers of FERC, but basically an eminent domain type of situation. And trying to get transmission and pipeline, electric transmission pipelines and other energy facilities, but these are kind of the core of it, trying to get those built in the ground and being able to serve is an excruciatingly long process. And we have a complex, vibrant democracy operating at so many levels, local all the way up to the Supreme Court and Congress and the White House. And that sets aside even the international elements of it. But how do we get this infrastructure built? How can we serve the people that are going to need it? How can we be a player in the modern world without the infrastructure necessary to do it? You could argue the same thing on trains and transportation and like, but really the guts of it is the transmission and the pipeline related issues, big and little. And we're looking forward to huge development of wind and solar, but again, we're going to need the transmission lines and storage facilities to make that really meaningful. Electrification of transportation is well underway, not just cars, buses, and the like, but across the board. How will we get planes to fly utilizing something other than jet fuel? Well, it's underway in some ways using agri-fuel, that type of thing. But the electrification of transportation, we're seeing it on ground transportation, but it is going to be necessary across the board with respect to shipping of all sorts across the board. That is something we're really on the cusp of seeing a massive amount more of the transportation segment of our economy being electrified. There's just no getting around the fact that the industry, not just the industry, everybody's affected by the industry, needs to really focus on climate change, environmental issues, because that's what it's all about now. Energy infrastructure development is not just the cost and so on. It is climate change and environmental issues that are going to continue to overarch a lot of the issues which back in the good old days, public convenience and necessity, pipelines built, that's the way it's going to be. Electric power, good for America, good for the world, build the hydro facility. That day's over. It's going to change very dramatically, and everything is going to be a really tremendous, I won't call it a battle, but an excruciatingly complex, long journey, unless magically you could simplify the regulatory process. If we just had one regulatory process, it was just FERC, that would be easier to do. But we got so many layers of regulation and just so many players that have different jurisdictions, munis, co-ops, states, cities. It is, I'm just speaking here about the US, but it is a continuing saga, a continuing struggle. And you try to take account of everybody's concerns. There's going to be a lot of trade-offs. There's going to be a necessity to demonstrate that this is good, not just for the company, but for the people, that people will be employed and have access to education. There's going to be a whole package that has to be pulled together to have this make sense to people that it is going to impact, not the impact in the sense of, gee, isn't it great we've got energy? No, but impact in the sense that their world may be disrupted as a result of construction of new major facilities or development of energy resources in an area in which they have lived, in, for example, in the Southwest for thousands of years. This continued hyper focus on climate change and environmental issues is just going to impact every single bit of energy infrastructure development. That's just a fact of life, and get over it. There's no use crying in your beer over it. It's just the world we live in, particularly in the US. And I think this question of what we need is energy diversity and flexibility. We need to be able to survive cyber attacks. We need to be able to be facile, quick on our feet, to be prepared for just about anything with respect to cyber attacks, with respect to outages and the like, be able to recover and really keep moving. And then I again point to the fact that significant energy poverty remains. I would say mainly in developing parts of the world, but certainly in the US, if you can't pay your bill, that's called energy poverty. And if your power is turned off, if your gas is turned off, that's energy poverty. So this needs really direct attention. To the extent it has not been given the full amount of attention in certain jurisdictions, now's the time. It's just got to happen, because you cannot have people survive without the basics of modern human life, certainly in the US and in most developed economies. So next slide, please. So I've talked long, and I want to leave time for questions, but this is the world we live in. Our political landscape, you might as well be on a landslide. It's always shifting. There's a big rock that falls here. The ground shifts over there. A hole opens up over there. But one thing we know is that the enhanced focus on environment, climate change is never going to change. High dependence on fossil fuels for the foreseeable future. Let's just swallow hard and say that's what's going to happen. And we will be moving along towards trying to do carbon capture. And trying to move towards carbon neutrality, but this is not an overnight job. This is, and I know there are, depending on which entity you talk to, there's a belief that maybe by 2030, things will be much brighter and sunnier with respect to all this, but I think it's more in the 2050 range. That's just a guess, but 2050, that gives us some time, that gives us realistically to close plants, to improve plants, to build new infrastructure necessary to serve renewables and the like. But it all takes time, and it takes money, and it takes commitment. And if you're halfway through building a major facility and suddenly a court decision or a decision by the population in a particular state comes out of the blue and says, no, that can continue to happen, but I think it's going to be a bigger fight to make that happen. I think of the Maine situation where all the renewable power you could imagine was going to come down through Canada, from Canada down through Maine, and the voters stopped it. So there's all kinds of surprises that pop up. It's sort of like a whack-a-mole with respect to how many issues and places and interests pop up and how they pop up. So another observation, clearly storage is going to be critical, and we've got to develop our storage capabilities much more. We've got to get access to the earths and minerals necessary to build major storage. But that's going to be a critical element in building ways to deal with climate change and to basically improve our lot worldwide. But my motto is energy never sleeps. My favorite example of that, well, it's not an attractive example, but I was out in Monterey speaking at a conference, Women in Energy or some such, had pulled in a gorgeous hotel by the ocean, went to bed that night and looked out at the moon over the ocean, gorgeous, gorgeous. And when I woke up in the morning, there was massive, massive, massive waves. And I thought, wow, I didn't know there was a storm coming in. Well, that was Fukushima. Had come over from Japan with these massive waves. And that is how fast, not just because of human activity, not because of a war, but that's how fast things can change in this environment that we are in the world today. And just go to sleep at night thinking everything's going to be okay, but things can change so rapidly, whether it's an invasion or whether it's a geological event, who knows? But you've got to be facile, you've got to be on your feet, you've got to be ready to move to respond to this continuing swirl of change. It's always exciting, but it's not always a very comfortable place to be. You have to be very strong and vital to be able to deal with these issues as an industry, as a country, as a people. Next slide, please. That's it.
Sheila, yeah, I think that's the end
All right.
of your slide deck, but not the end of this conversation, I hope. I want to thank you for that wide-ranging and comprehensive look at the energy industry and the move towards greener energy. And in a minute, I'm going to be asking the audience to please put any questions they have for Sheila in the chat room function. But I need to pause again. On your screen is the CLE code. Please take a moment to write it down so that you can get your CLE credit. Everyone seeking CLE credit for today's webinar, please make note and write down this code, as you'll be asked to provide the code on a credit request form that will be emailed to you after the conclusion of today's program. All right, I would like to kick things off with some of my own questions. Sheila, given the United States complex legal and regulatory systems, what is the best route you see to overcome the challenges of siting that have been affecting the development and deployment of new infrastructure that can help facilitate the green energy transition? You mentioned at one point the referendum in Maine, I think, as an example, where there was a referendum that voted down a new clean energy electric transmission line that was going to go through the state. Can you talk a little bit about that?
It is it's simple in Russia. When Vladimir Putin says build a pipeline, by God, that pipeline gets built, and there's no that pipeline is going. Okay, there's no argument. But the wonderful democracy that we have built inherently slows down decision making. It could be a good decision or a bad decision, but the whole thing is slowed down. It's squeezed continuously, and you think you have it nailed. You think you got there. You think you're it's just within reach. That apple on the tree is just within reach, and kaboom! The administration changes. A problem is found on potential the system, or a rare bird is found, or maybe not so rare bird, but a plant, the rarest lousewort on Earth, or the prairie chicken in Texas. All of these different circumstances that can just stop it in the tracks. So there has to be kind of a come to the Lord meeting of minds as to how do we get through this, realizing that the need to update, modify, make alternate choices with respect to our energy supply, delivery, and capabilities. There has got to be a way to get out this. It is not clear to me. I can't tell you that there's a magic way to do it, but certainly we've got to develop a better system to bring, I'm just talking about Americans together here. Now, Americans are all people in America, whether they got their citizenship, doesn't matter. People need to come together around this, and it needs to be crystallized, barring catastrophic circumstances, and you need a plan to move forward. And this continuing nibbling and biting and pulling and ripping a project is really, I think it's very harmful to the country. And of course, our democracy has never been more complex, and there's partisanship, but it's beyond partisanship. These people feel emotionally, passionately about things too, about whether that line should be built, even though it's 10 miles away, should be built by them. You look at the major transmission lines and say, well, they make a mark on the landscape. That's the way it is. That's how electricity moves. But in order to provide the most basic existence, to say nothing of accelerating our development and improving our country and improving access to energy, we've got to come to some form of resolution as to how decisions can be taken. And FERC tries to do this because FERC is a wonderful animal. But then the makeup of the FERC can change. It can change, and then it'll be on rehearing, and then you go back to the drawing board. Then it could go to the Court of Appeals, and then it bounces back to the Court of Appeals on one issue, but not another. And so this process is it's excruciating. It's democracy, but if we could just come up with a better resolution mechanism that would be acceptable, I think that's what we've got to try to head for. And some of the great minds, many of them on this call today, it's kind of up to them to step up, not just academics, but decision makers across the board, and to move forward. Now, we were able to build various grids around the country. That was not an easy process. We know, but they got built and they work. They're not perfect. They need to be monitored. They need to be checked, both with respect to physical, cyber, rates, everything. All that needs to be done. But we got it done. And there are grids that are built that can do a lot of things that have improved modern life, which we didn't have when New York blacked out 25 years ago. Well, even in 1977, same thing happened, but it was as a result of people coming together that we addressed those problems, and the realization that the research, the investigation into what happened with respect to the blackout, I think tremendous changes were made in how the grids operate and cybersecurity, which really has formed a very strong infrastructure of how to resolve cybersecurity related issues. But it took a lot of work and time and effort to be able to do that.
Sure. Kind of a related questions come from the audience on this topic of regulatory challenges. Are you aware of any legislative initiatives that are bouncing around to address this? I know, for example, during your presentation, you mentioned as one potential option to explore, perhaps putting more authority at the FERC, at FERC. Are you aware of any legislative initiatives that are either taking that kind of tact or others to kind of break some of this complexity up?
There's a lot of thought going into that, but unfortunately, then the makeup of FERC changes. And they pull this great idea back. Well, maybe not so fast, That's on second thought. So that's what you see. It's so driven by politics that it's very hard to get to yes. even on that, there's been moves to make the FERC larger, make the terms different, all these things shifting around all the time. And it's very hard because, a senator come up with a plan and then boom, the House switches, the Senate switches, the White House switches, the Supreme Court may have a view on it that bounces it back, and then the Supreme Court changes. So it really is like a free for all. Because of our democracy, which we love and embrace and adore, but it sure is hard to get stuff done.
Sure. Yeah. Tracy mentioned at the top of the session that you had done a presentation, I guess, here on LNG imports, and I'm old enough that I began my career actually doing LNG import certification work, which just seems forever ago. Do you see LNG exports from the United States or any other country to other locations around the world as a useful tool to help decrease global GHG emissions? I mean, this is a global phenomenon.
Sure.
I mean, how does that kind of fit into into the calculus?
Well, the reality is that coal emits a lot more coal burning emits a lot more CO2 than LNG does. I mean, that's just the way it is. So that is well, LNG has CO2 related emissions related to it, but coal is obviously under pressure in the US, tremendous pressure, and it has been for a long time. But throughout the world, that CO2 coming from coal is massive still. And so the LNG really is a way, in certain circumstances, it may be able to bridge the gap between CO2, heavy CO2 emitting, and at least in part replacing it with LNG to reduce overall, even if it doesn't wipe out coal in a country, at least it could help control it. And with respect to electric generation, which is the electric generation could be built right next to where the LNG facility is. So you don't have to ship the coal. There's all the issues associated with coal shipment and the transportation associated with all that. So yeah, I see LNG as being a tremendous patch to that brave, bright, shiny world where we don't emit any CO2. But in the meantime, this is a pretty darn good bridge.
Well, thank you, Sheila. I think we're at the end of our session. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to join us today and provide your insights. I know I learned quite a lot. I'm sure the audience did as well. And I'd like to thank the audience for its participation in questions. Wish we would have had more time, but all things are, I guess, finite. So with that, thanks again, and I'll hand it back over to Tracy.
And I have to say, it's amazing how quickly the time goes by when there's a fascinating conversation underway. Thank you both to Brett and to Sheila for a fantastic presentation. At this point, if we were meeting physically, I'd invite the entire auditorium to give a rousing round of applause, but I think you can all experience it virtually in our imaginations. So we now have a break. I appreciate all of you hanging in there for a rather long and strong series of presentations, but now we have 1 hour to go and get your lunch, take a break, stretch your legs, but please come back again at 2:30 Central Time, because we will be having one of the highlights of the conference. We're going to have our general counsels and executive leaders panel moderated by our own Dean Leonard Baines. It's a great opportunity to see how corporate leadership is thinking about the energy transition and what other legal shoals are on the horizon for them. And then we'll wrap up with final comments and observations, as well as any other administrative issues related to CLE credit or other questions. So with that, thank you so much for staying so far. We look forward to seeing all of you again at 2:30. Thank you. you that we are recording this presentation. So I'm now started recording back up again. Dean Baines is the 9th Dean of the University of Houston Law Center. And if he hasn't already, he soon will, I think, have tenure as our longest serving Dean in University of Houston Law Center history. But more importantly, I'll also say he's known for many things. I'll just simply note that the two that stand out most immediately and that we very much appreciate is his leadership helped us finally get a new law school building. It is our fond hope that next year's conference, we will actually be in the new building and all of you will have a chance to appreciate it. It really is a beautiful facility. You can see a picture of it posted behind him in his screenshot. The second, I think, is something we all take pride in, which is he was the leader who helped us to set up our pre-law pipeline program, which is a great avenue to help bring other segments of the community into the law arena and opportunities for education that otherwise might not get them. So with that, I will hand the mic over to Dean Baines and our panel for today.
Thank you so much, Tracy. It's great to be here and welcome everyone. Actually, I will be in August, I'll be the second longest serving dean, not quite the longest serving.
So close.
But it's great to be here and it's great to do this again, to talk to leaders in the community about these issues. As we pivot from carbon, we also still have to make sure that we look at a wide variety of other issues that affect our world and our energy industry. And we have some great leaders in the community who will help us do that. Many thanks to Blank Rome. Is this our 6th year, Susan? I think it's 6 years, really quite a while, this partnership, great partnership between UH and UH Law Center and Blank Rome to put together this amazing conference. So on this, for those who may have seen me do this before, I facilitated a conversation with some energy executives and leaders about a variety of different things that affect the industry. And so let's get into it. So what I want to do first is introduce this really terrific panel of panelists. So let me introduce the panelists, and if they don't have their videos on, they should put their videos on once I introduce them. So the first panelist is Janet Carrig. She served as Senior Vice President, Legal General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of ConocoPhillips. As General Counsel, she had oversight of the company's extensive litigation and arbitration portfolio, with results including an $8.7 billion award against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, a $2 billion award against Petroleas de Venezuela, and a net $360 million award against the Republic of Ecuador. She also oversaw the legal support for mergers, acquisitions, capital markets, and many other different areas at ConocoPhillips. She now serves as independent director of EQT Corporation, serving as chair of the Corporate Governance Committee and a member of the Public Policy and Corporate Responsibility Committee, and of Whiting Petroleum Corporation, serving as chair of the Nominating and Governance Committee, and as a member of the ESG Committee, and an independent trustee of the Columbia Threadneedle Funds. And she's won a number of awards for her contributions to the legal profession throughout her career. Let's welcome Janet Carrig. Next up is C.K. McCall, and she serves as president and executive director of the Renewable Energy Alliance of Houston. It's an organization committed to enabling Houston to maintain its leadership in the energy industry. In this position, Ms. McCall works to build bridges between companies and professionals in the hydrocarbon industry and those in the renewable energy industry. Before that, for 8 years, she served as president, CEO, and board member of Noble Environmental Power, LLC, a wind energy company which operated wind farms in both Texas and New York. In addition to her tenure at Noble, Ms. McCall served as a member of the senior leadership teams of both large public and private equity-backed companies in the energy industry, including GE, Enron, and many others. She also serves as a member of the board of advisors of University of Houston's Bauer College of Business, the Gutierrez Energy Management Institute, as well as Global Affairs Associates, a boutique ESG firm. And she serves as co-chair of the Women of the Law alumni group at the University of Houston Law Center, and she's doing double duty. They had an event here today, and now she's here. We're very thankful for her. Let's welcome CK McCall. Next up is Dion Cunningham Knowles, who's the General Counsel of Glide Path Power Solutions, LLC. With over 15 years of experience, her practice includes legal issues related to energy matters, including but not specifically limited to commercial transactions, related to marketing, physical and financial derivatives, trading for natural gas and other petroleum products, power, renewables, and regulatory issues. Her previous experience includes the Associate General Counsel of Symmetry Energy Solutions, LLC, and lead counsel of Wholesale Legal Contracts Team, a natural gas, power, and renewables at Direct Energy. She led the team through a 2021 closing of a $3.6 billion sale of Direct Energy to Centrica PLC to NRG Energy, a Fortune 500 company. Let's welcome Dion Cunningham Knowles. And last but not least is Ken Newkirk, who's the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of Helix Energy Solutions Group, a Houston-based international offshore energy services company that provides specialty services to the offshore industry, which focus on well intervention and robotics operations. Mr. Newkirk oversees Helix legal, human resources, contracts, and insurance functions. He has over 21 years of experience practicing law, and he has been in private practice in New York and Houston. Let's welcome Mr. Newkirk. So let's get into it, guys. So the first question is, there has been a great deal of geopolitical instability in Europe with the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. Europe and US have imposed sanctions on Russia, unprecedented sanctions on Russia. The EU House voted to strip Russia of its most favored nation status. And today I read in the paper that Russia cut off natural gas to Poland and Bulgaria. So what impact does the war have on trade? You know, Russia is Europe's major exporter of oil and natural gas. And what impact do you think that the war will have on energy markets, oil, natural gas, renewable? And how would you advise your clients to deal with these issues? So Ken and Dion, what are your thoughts?
Dion, I'm happy to lead off if you'd like.
Sure.
Well, thank you. Firstly, thank you, Dean Baines, for having me on the panel, and to my fellow panelists and all of those who have worked to put on today's conference. I mean, look, it's obviously an understatement to say war and instability in general has a negative impact on trade. I know our conference is focused on energy and energy transition, and we can directly witness, and we have already discussed today, the impacts of the invasion on our industries, but clearly ours isn't the only sector that's directly impacted. You've got other commodities, raw materials, agriculture, finished goods, things like that that are exported and consumed in these areas as well. But you know, look, we're already facing a rough supply chain backdrop, most notably on the supply side between COVID, the last 2 years of COVID, and specifically for the energy sector anyway, the commodity price volatility, and layered on top of global inflationary pressures and rising food and obviously oil prices. The ongoing invasion is clearly exacerbating all of those problems, damaging consumer sentiment, stunting growth. So yeah, you know, the back to the question, what's the fallout from war, and how would you be advising clients? You know, many companies have already divested all things Russia, and you know, like you said, Dean, you mentioned the sanctions that are already crippling the Russian economy. For commodity prices, fear of the known and the unknown has already manifested itself in even higher oil prices. So, you know, continental Europe is largely reliant on Russian natural gas. Germany, Italy, France, they're all massive consumers, and other smaller nations. Dean, you mentioned Poland and Bulgaria recently. This morning's news of Putin being accused of blackmail after Gazprom turned off their natural gas supply. So, and earlier, you know, back to some of the commentary from our panel, panelists this morning, I believe Mr. McGonigal alluded to in his comments, this situation creates a clear conflict of interest between those consumers' economic needs in those countries and humanitarian needs. It begs the question of the line between protection of those countries' populations, ensuring that they have electricity and heat, versus in many ways supporting this naked aggression. So I think we're seeing a clear inflection point for countries, for companies, for individuals to be more energy independent, diverse in supply, both as a matter of national policy and as international citizenship. So I think the question dovetails very nicely with a lot of our topics today in terms of energy transition. What do we see on the macro level, and what does this latest incident mean for how we should be thinking about energy transition?
Thank you, Ken. Dion, any thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Dean. And also thank you to everyone at the University of Houston-Law Center for putting this panel together and all the activities today. I'd like to echo what Ken has said, is that we're still reeling from COVID-19, the last 2 years of that, and that having an effect on commodity prices, supply chain issues, and what have you. With Russia being the one of Europe's major exporter of oil, one of the things that I think about in this crisis that's going on in Ukraine is that from the U.S. perspective, we have companies, U.S. subsidiaries, that have foreign parent companies that may still be doing business with Russia, or may not have even sanctioned Russia to the extent that we have. I mean, our sanctions are highly unprecedented, but needed through this crisis. So one thing that I think about as general counsel and as counsel in my previous roles is that one of the things that companies should look to is reaching out to their trading risk compliance teams, also collaborating with their collateral and risk trading teams if they are trading commodities in that space. If they are looking to import any if their companies that are foreign parents are looking to import any Russian oil into their countries and shipping back and forth, that they should pay attention to, the U.S. subsidiaries should pay attention to the OFAC sanctions, the directives that have been put out by OFAC. They should also pay attention to some of the general releases that have also been put out by OFAC to see if those have an impact on their trading business as well. Any U.S. subsidiary that is doing any business with Russia, even through its foreign parent, may consequentially have a direct impact on their arm of the business in the U.S. as opposed to in the other countries. So that's one concern that I had as a general counsel. And you asked a question of what would you advise your clients or business people to proceed legally to protect themselves. With my trading and marketing background, one thing I'm always looking to is what do our agreements say when it comes to force majeure, to our arbitration provisions, dispute resolution provisions. If we are trading a commodity and we're hedging back and forth with that commodity, whether it be natural gas, LNG, crude oil, any of the petroleum products. And if that is under an ISDA master trading agreement, you'd like to look to the market disruption definitions that are within that, any price triggering mechanisms that might be any contracts that might be triggered by such an event such as this, whether it be commodity prices going up and down. We all know about force majeure, and I think we've all, since been living through COVID, have all taken a very close look at our force majeure provisions to see what the effects a pandemic can have on our contracts. But now you have a war, a geopolitical event that is occurring, and that also needs to be reviewed closely by your compliance and legal team, as well as with your credit and collateral risk trading team as well.
Thank you, Dion. Great. Any thoughts, Kay and Janet?
Well, I would add, this is the most pivotal event for energy security since the 70s when I was a child. And we sit on the Marcellus on top of the Saudi Arabia of gas. If we could get pipelines built, we could get that to LNG facilities and we could get it to Europe. And Poland has a regas facility. More regas facilities could be built. We have to get to the point where we think about the needs of our friends. We have to think about the fact that we produce the cleanest natural gas in the world. 60% of EQT's natural gas is certified responsible. And we need to start figuring out how to use it for our benefit and their benefit.
Thank you. Kay, any thoughts?
Just one added thought, maybe two, by the time I get done with it. Oh, first I want to say, Dean mentioned that I'm here on dual purposes. For those of you who graduated from University of Houston Law Center, you are not going to believe this new building that's being built right now. I just toured it. It's above ground. It doesn't appear to leak, and it has windows. And you put that all together, and it's an incredible 5-story facility that all of us who graduated from University of Houston are going to be very proud to be associated with. So thank you, Dean, for what you've done to pull this together. I mean, my mind is just blown by it. I can't believe what I just saw. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You know, when you talk about what are the impacts of the whole of all of these events, I mean, I think there's going to be the short term, you know, a lot of conversations, a lot of different things will be said. I think, you know, we have a very short memory typically, and in general, the energy industry is on a path. And I think that path towards decarbonization is likely to not change significantly with these events. As I don't, you know, you mentioned that you've been doing this for 6 years. I think this is my 4th or 5th year. And a few years ago, I said, you know, there's a tsunami coming in the energy industry, and it's the younger generations. And every year, more boomers like me become less relevant, and more, you know, Gen X and millennials become relevant. So it's going to be interesting. The future is really theirs, and it'll be interesting to see what they do with it. I also chair the board, Dean, I didn't update my bio, apologize for that. I chair the board of an industrial component manufacturer who serves primarily the petrochemical and oil and gas industry. And we operate globally, have facilities globally, but the largest part of the business is in the US. And needless to say that, you know, for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. For US manufacturers, it's likely to be, you know, likely to see at least a little bit of a run up for a while. And then we'll just see, you know, what is short term and long term in the context of this.
Great. Unfortunately, when I put myself on mute, I can't move my cursor, my mouse fast enough. So that's great. Thank you. Let's move to the second question. And Dion sort of alluded to it, but we'll start with Janet and Kay first. US inflation is reaching 8.5%. It's the highest it's been in over 40 years, with the possible embargo of Russian oil and natural gas. And now this disruption in Poland and Bulgaria with Russian oil and natural gas. Inflation may go even higher. What do you forecast that this will do with the energy industry? And what do you think specifically with this carbon pivot? And how would you deal with it in terms of contract provisions, et cetera?
You know, I'd probably be sitting on a lovely island in the Caribbean, Dean, if I could adequately forecast those different aspects. So I do think there's a lot to be, I've heard predictions that next year there's going to be a recession. And so what's that going to do? You know, what's that going to do? I personally don't have any predictions, but maybe Janet probably has a more considered view. Oops.
Janet, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. You're on mute, Janet.
No, I got muted when the pay code came through.
Okay.
Periods like this have traditionally been good for commodities. So there is that. You know, I think there's no good way to hide from the storm. What I would say people have historically done is shorten up your contracts. Don't enter into long contracts. Look for escalation clauses. You know, don't hedge because, or if you hedge, at least collar because prices could go places you don't expect. It's all about, I think, flexibility in contracting.
Thank you. Dion and Ken, do you have any thoughts?
I agree with Janet. Flexibility is a key, especially in this climate. You know, having provisions within your contract to, you know, be able to do a look back and amend as necessary. Nothing long term is particularly with. I think it's a little bit difficult on different projects that may be going on, but you know, if we could have short-term contracts with more indemnification caps, possibly, I think that's useful in today's climate.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, at our company, we're not exactly forecasting higher inflation. You know, it's currently abnormally high, and overall, I guess we would expect a mean reversion on the inflation rate. You know, easier said than done. Don't hold items with nominal value. But, you know, to echo the discussion around short-term, long-term, you know, I'm GC at a services company, right? Offshore services. So, and we provide services to both oil and gas and renewables. We have a large asset base, typically gets charged out on a day rate. So historically, a long-term contract would have meant locking in rates, exposing ourselves to some fixed interest charges and increasing costs in this environment. But the current spot market contract environment, one that's in shorter duration, is largely not harmed by this inflation, at least on the day rate side. So we're able to adjust rates as necessary, account for the swings. You know, we've been in a volatile commodity market for a while now, and that's led to consumer spending on a shorter cycle. But in the context of this specific question, in the context of inflation, as it relates to at least our business on the service side, the short cycle is seeing some of the benefits of that.
And Janet mentioned escalation clauses. I think I maybe interpret that as cost of living adjustments in the agreements. I mean, are those a good thing to think about having an agreement?
They're terrible for the world. I mean, they just reinforce inflation. But if you're running a business, you need the ability to stop and take a look. So I fear we'll see more of them.
Any other thoughts? If not, let's move on to the next question. Okay. Next question. One second. So the UH recently announced that it has created this Energy Transition Institute after receiving a $10 million gift from oil giant Shell. And it's a $10 million gift, but with other add-ons and matches, it might approximate 40 million or so. And the Institute is focused on the production and use of reliable, affordable, and cleaner energy for all. Do you expect other energy companies to make similar significant investments in energy transition? And what other actions do you foresee the energy industry doing to deal with climate change and invest in renewables? So Kay and Dion and Ken, why don't you start out?
Well, of course, it was very exciting for U of H to get that investment from Shell. And as you mentioned, I'm on the Bauer College Advisory Board for the Energy Institute. And it's very exciting because you get a little bit hamstrung in what you can do to adjust to market conditions at any school. As you know, Dean, based on who you currently have staffed. I think what we're going to see with the U of H program is going to be heavily focused on carbon capture and storage and things along that line, which is a valuable thing to be working on. Over time, will you see more companies expanding what they're investing in? I think it's logical to say yes, that you probably will. I went to a presentation by an investment banking firm, a large investment banking firm that was geared towards the oil and gas industry. And they had a slide up, and this is not me saying it, this is the investment banker saying it, but the slide was, what is the oil and gas industry going to do with the mountains of cash that it's going to get out of the current conditions? Again, I'm not saying that, this is what they said. And then they discussed how much stock can you possibly buy back, yada, yada, yada. And everybody in the room, I mean, they were just listening, not talking. I think that's probably hyperbolic, but there is a potential that, you know, perhaps there may be some opportunities for some investment in some different areas. I think so far it's been a bit more conversation than action, and when it will convert to more action, I think that time will tell on that.
Thank you. Dion and Ken, I see Ken shaking his head and Dion shaking her head too. Which one wants to go first?
I'll go first. I just want to piggyback on what you said, Kay, is that integrated oil companies, just such as Shell, are have the financial capability and expertise to move forward and make significant investments in energy transition. And I'm hopeful that other companies like Shell will realize what a strong investment this is, and will make similar investments in other higher education institutions. I think it's a drop in the bucket compared to what the U.S. has invested in when it comes to energy transition. Just in 2021 alone, the U.S. invested $114 billion in energy transition, which is up to 17% from the year from 2020. So that's tremendous. And you know, Kay, as you alluded to, you know, the energy market is in a bit of a transition itself when it comes to workers. So it's anything that energy companies can do to contribute to higher institutions, to the younger generation learning about energy transition, the more the better. It's an investment in projects related to renewables, to storage, to carbon capture, and these are all things that they weren't talking about at University of Houston when I graduated 20 odd years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all aligned on this one, right? The shortened answer and the easy answer is absolutely. We're seeing energy companies make significant investments in energy transition. You know, there's a lot underlying that, whether it's investor, government, social pressures, you know, facilitating the availability of capital, and you know, of course, the easiest answer of all, if it's profitable. You know, there's obviously been a big call on oil and gas companies to go green, or at least be less brown. And we see that every single day, you know, the U of H Shell collaboration is a very visible one for our school, proud alumnus here. And it's hopefully, you know, something that big business can see as a win-win, because, you know, you derive benefit from the next generation, just like Kay was saying, next generation of thinkers, you know, industry participants, the people who will be shaping our, you know, the next era of policies. But obviously it's also some good optics for the business, and, you know, it's them putting their money where their mouth is. You know, from a market perspective, I would definitely expect to see divestiture of legacy oil and gas assets, and really consolidation as a natural consequence, you know, from investments in lower emitting assets, companies looking to change the way they operate, acquisitions of startups with IP, hydrogen, solar, wind, you know, all these. There are, you know, innumerable direct and sort of tangential products and services and life cycles that are at play here. And so, you know, this energy transition story. You know, some people would say energy addition, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a transition, but this is more. You know, it's you see that every single day.
Janet, any thoughts?
No, I would just say that you have to remember that the oil and gas industry has spent 15 years burning investors' money. And investors are tired of it. So investors do expect some return in this kind of an environment. I do think you're going to see, you know, traditional energy companies, oil and gas companies, spending a lot of money on decarbonizing, on figuring out new paths, but I don't look for traditional energy sources to be replaced anytime soon.
Thank you. Dion, you look like you know. Okay. I mean, I will say on behalf of UH, we're delighted and happy that Shell's made this investment. We're very, very thankful. We look for other energy companies to do something similar. And, you know, it was interesting. I was there at the signing of the agreement, and, you know, and it was clear that they, you know, chose UH because of its diversity, its role in the city of Houston, and its prominence in energy. And it was it was wonderful to hear that that's why we were, you know, the partnership actually took place. And so, you know, and I think that, you know, just as stepping out of my role as moderator for a moment, I just think that it's important for, you know, more energy companies to do something like that. And I'm very, very proud that Shell has taken that action. And I think that, you know, that as others have said, you know, with academia, sometimes you have to jumpstart things because what you have are people maybe wedded to sort of way things were done before in terms of faculty, staff, or administration. And so it's really important. The investment's really very, very important in that regard. That's very, very important with respect to students, so that they are sort of on the cutting edge of whatever else is going on here. But so thank you, Shell.
And you do see some of the large traditionals have set up new business lines within their current structure.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are small, some of them are not as small. You see there's a lot of talk around hydrogen. There are a lot of the traditionals are very interested in that. So the conversation, I would say, in the last, just say 3 years, has really shifted. But, you know, it's these are big ships that turn slowly. But, you know, again, kudos to Shell, and hope that there are others who follow.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next question. So a number of oil companies have faced shareholder proposals to account for the financial impact of climate change. Some shareholders, activists have demanded and asked how a change in fossil fuel demand, as described by the Paris-based International Energy Agency, would affect its finances and its assumptions about oil and gas prices. What do you advise these companies to do in handling these shareholder proposals? Let's start with Janet and Ken.
I would advise disclose, disclose, disclose. Look like you've done your homework, look like you care, look like you've thought deeply about these issues, and let everybody know what you're thinking. There is just nothing to be gained from looking like you're hiding the ball here. There are uncertainties in the future. Look like you've thought about them.
Ken, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the best way to deal with activist investors on that is to whose focus is on financial impact of climate change, is don't ignore them, right? Have answers for your current and long-term sustainability efforts. Demonstrate alignment with them in terms of what your current and long-term interests are. Show them that you value their concerns. And you know, it seems obvious, but as always, the best way to respond to your investors is to return them some value. You know, I think Janet mentioned that in the last question. It's like, if this is a hot button topic for an investor, you know, that's the best answer of all, right? Instead of doing what you've been doing, send some value back through these initiatives, right? So it's a little bit of a continuation of the last question about talking about the need for energy transition in the face of a change in the fossil fuel demand, but I think it's, you know, that's what I'd say.
And I don't think you have to agree that you have stranded assets or unburnable carbon or anything like that. I think you just, can do scenario analysis. I mean, I think you can join the issue without accepting the conclusions of others.
That's right. It's just, this is everywhere. ESG plays, proxy advisors, institutional investors, everyone is asking for more disclosure. SEC, obviously, everybody wants a report card on how businesses are handling these issues.
Dion and Kay, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that a strategy of deny is not useful. And I think Janet expressed it really well. And you don't have to go all the way to the far extreme and say, we love all of this stuff. I think it's just an acknowledgement of where the industry is, where you are. And there's a lot of positive messaging that can be done around the oil industry and around the gas industry. It got a little bit delayed because for a while there were a lot of companies that were taking a more negative message, and really there are more positive things to be said about it. But you're living in the world of reality, acknowledging where they are, emphasizing the positive that's going on and the contribution that's going to be made by all forms of hydrocarbons for the foreseeable future is all good. And you can do that and still not deny that there's some changes going on in the industry.
Dion, any thoughts?
I agree with everything that Kay and Ken have stated. We're living in a time where we have some pretty tech savvy investors, and to not respond, to turn a blind eye to some of the concerns that they are raising, it's not prudent, and it should be taken to heart with the correct messaging. And like Kay said, with a positive tone. There are good things that are happening in the oil and gas space that can be discussed within measure and should be highlighted but not ignored.
It's really interesting. I remember speaking to a general counsel in the energy industry space who said that he didn't want to be like or he didn't want his corporation to be like the cigarette manufacturers. Have you ever seen those videos of them testifying before Congress, I guess, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago, denying that, cigarettes caused cancer, right? So it was sort of interesting that that particular general counsel had that sentiment. And I don't know. So the follow-up question, so disclose is important, but do you find that there might be some people on the business side that might be hesitant or reluctant to disclose or to address the issues, would you say? Not in your companies, of course, but somebody
Not in my companies, I will tell you.
Some friend of yours.
I mean, EQT has calculated, and you can read it in its report, its ESG report. From coal to gas switching, we believe we're responsible for 5% of the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions in the United States over the last 20 years. So our view is that we are nothing like cigarette manufacturers. We produce a good that is essential to a positive life on this earth. We're proud of it. And in fact, we do it in a way that has reduced the ill effects more dramatically than anything else. So I do not worry at all about being a cigarette manufacturer.
I'm going to add to that. I think, this is somebody, I've worked like half my career on the oil and gas side and half on the renewable energy side. I think those kind of comparisons are quite irresponsible because oil and gas and oil, they're two different things, are nothing like cigarettes from the standpoint of the utility that they have played in the course of the development of humanity is not for nothing, right? And so I really try to focus on the fact that there there's a need for oil and gas going forward. There should be an effort to sincere efforts to decarbonize both. They're going to be around for whether it's 2 decades or 3 decades or however many decades. And so you can't, cigarettes, you don't have to have cigarettes, right? But the way our economy's set up, the world's set up, you have to have oil and gas. And so for this time period. So you've got the parallel efforts of creating and developing other sources of energy that don't have the same environmental impacts and reducing negative impacts for what's already there. But you can't just, the people working in the industry are good, smart people who have been doing what they can for good reason. And so I always bristle up a little bit about that, because I don't think it's helpful to, for one thing, there shouldn't be sides to energy, right? There should be energy and different aspects of it. And to me, and I know what you're talking about, Dean, when you talk about it, but this kind of polarizing conversation isn't helpful to either the effort to decarbonize or for morale in the oil and gas industry. And we don't want to lose in Houston. We don't want to lose any oil and gas jobs that we already have. We're about increasing jobs and increasing technology. So that's probably more than what you wanted to hear, but it's something that I really care about, because I think the silos are very counterproductive.
I appreciate that. Again, that was not my point.
Oh, I know it wasn't your point. And there are.
Somebody said this to me.
And I've heard certain comments similar to that attributed to people from the renewable energy space. And I can say, somebody who's been in the renewable energy space for a long time, I've never been to a conference, never heard a conversation by people working in that space, which even talks about oil and gas. But that's not to say there aren't elements out there in the sphere that take kind of extreme positions, which we in Houston know are really not fair to the people in oil and gas.
Thank you. Ken and Dion, do you have any thoughts? All right, good.
I would say, look, all of us here still believe in oil and gas as a critical component of our global economy, right? So, and I think by and large, we're proud to be participants in that industry. So like Kay said, it's a little, it's a little upsetting to hear that, but I understand the idea, right? Which is there's such a heightened call for disclosure these days. And you want to say, well, wait, I am in the oil and gas industry, so my disclosures aren't going to be great. And you're afraid of going down this slippery slope that says, I'm going to paint you a picture and it's not going to be pretty. But what I'm bringing to the table is fundamentally essential. We're not a desk-based, cloud services company. We're, by and large, at least, a lot of us heavy industry. And so I think the calls for that disclosure might stop short and say, hey, I just want you to be transparent. I just want you to tell me what you're doing. I'm not going to say that I'm going to judge you. And then the flip side will say, forgive me if I don't believe that the judgment is coming. So I think that's we talk about balance all the time, right? We need a balanced energy transition. We need a balanced disclosure scorecard. I think that's where people get antsy.
Thank you. Dion, any last thoughts?
I think it's understandable for some to think of it as to have the cigarette analogy. We're still, I know this happened years and years ago, but we're still in the wake of what happened in Macondo. And no one wants to be, no executive wants to go through anything like that, be deposed, have a movie made about you. No one wants to go through that scenario. And I think that's still rarely in people's forefront of their minds when they think of this. There are state legislators that are also putting in place measures and regulations for oil and gas companies to disclose more in light of activists really charging their representatives to be more proactive against oil and gas companies in hiding, or not hiding, any incidents that may occur. And I think that's a positive, but it also could be quite a negative when it comes to natural gas and oil exploration in certain regions. I'm thinking about Colorado when I talk about this. So I think as Kay and Ken and Janet have also alluded to, that there are a lot of positives that are going on in this space. The rhetoric at times can be a little disjointing, but there are some really strides that are taking place in the oil and gas industry alongside renewables that I think that should be paid attention to.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to the next question. So Walt Disney Company recently issued a statement vowing to help repeal Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay legislation. And Florida is actually now passing legislation to take away some of the privileges that Disney had in its theme park. And the legislation, as you may know, basically provides that, well, what Disney said is that it should have never been passed, should never been signed to law. It says its company is for this, its company is for the law to be repealed by legislature or struck down by courts. And we remain committed to supporting the national and state organizations working to achieve that. We're dedicated to standing up for the rights and safety of LGBTQ plus members of the Disney family, as well as the LGBTQ community in Florida and across the country. So recently, there's been a lot of, the past few years, there's been a lot of challenges and requests for businesses to say something or do something when it comes toward, some may call them social issues. So Disney's taken this action. But for all of you as senior business leaders and former general counsels or current general counsel, how do you make a decision for your chief executive or yourself to speak out on societal issues? And have there been any socially relevant matters that you or your corporation has spoken out about?
Baines?
Yes.
Before your panelists answer, I might give them an unexpected opportunity to reflect on what they want to say, because we have to post our CLE code at the moment.
Okay.
So, Jen, if you go ahead and post that right now, it'll be up for about 60 seconds for everyone to write down. And I don't know if I can share my screen, if I can anyone see it, but if it's not, I'm sorry.
It's up.
Okay.
All right, I'll take it down now.
Great, thank you.
So Dion, Janet, and Ken, why don't you go first?
Sure. I think when it comes to societal issues in making a decision to speak up about those, companies, whether they be public or private, have a very short line in which they need to toe when it comes to speaking out on certain issues. Companies make policy all the time. I mean, they hire lobbyists, they go to DC, they advise on, lobbyists advise on legislation, they contribute to certain legislators or members of Congress or state legislators. They make contributions to certain organizations, so they drive policy in other ways, and so it's not something that they're not, companies won't do or don't do or shouldn't do. But when it comes to societal issues, one thing that they need to observe is, what does your company culture look like? And is it company culture versus profits, the bottom line? And I think Disney is seeing that with what's happening in Florida with Governor DeSantis, making making a play for their tax break that they have in the state. But it's really important for companies to, senior business leaders, to make the decision together. Every member having a voice at that, in line with the company's policies, internal policies, when it comes to if it's societal issues, diversity, inclusion, religion, discrimination, etc. One issue that comes to mind where I feel that most companies did take a stand on and did speak out against because it was just so visible in the media was George Floyd and what happened to him. I don't think that there was many companies, there were some companies that chose not to say anything about it, but there were a lot more companies that did say something and speak out about the injustice that they saw take place on evening news, because it was just such a glaring reminder of what can happen in certain situations with involving police. But there are the companies that chose not to speak out. I think it is a individual company decision on whether or not they choose to highlight societal issues that have a particular impact to not only their company culture, but also to their shareholders and their investors.
Thank you. Ken and Janet.
Well, I take a much more, I guess, conservative, traditional, curmudgeonly, you might say, attitude toward all this. I mean, my view is companies are not people, despite the fiction that the Supreme Court created for certain things like lawsuits. Companies are not people, and they do not belong in the public square in deeply personal democratic issues. I think companies belong in the public square where they have some sort of specific insight or knowledge into what is being debated. They belong in the public square on tax questions. Maybe they belong in the public square on climate issues. But when it comes down to things where, I mean, as Michael Jordan famously said, you know, Republicans buy sneakers too, right? When it comes down to things like that, I don't want my money as a customer or as a shareholder being used for things I don't believe in, and they have no idea what I believe in. So my advice is just keep quiet.
And I'll offer the traditional lawyer's answer. I agree with both of you, or maybe I disagree with both of you. You know, like to me, it begs something of an existential question, right? What's the role of a corporation? A couple of years ago, Larry Fink stepped out somewhat to say that the role of a corporation was to be a good steward of the planet. And I think he's had to walk that back. He took a little bit of backlash from the corporations, where he had to clarify that, you know, he's not speaking out on woke politics, but as investors in the companies, their ultimate job is there to make money. So, you know, it can be a nuanced distinction. But for the most part, you know, for myself as a GC of a small to mid cap public company, I believe my job is stay in your lane. You know, the answer almost always comes back to what's in the best interest of my stakeholders. You know, the Disney example is a really good one because there is a lot of crossover between what is the fundamental the purpose of their business, right? They're selling an experience that's largely around children, around families. And so you would say societal issues maybe really is cutting deeper to the core of their existence compared to me as an, you know, offshore services company. But, you know, it's still a bottom line issue for them, right? They're still brought to the forefront because of tax implications or a specter of a boycott or something. These issues cut to the core of their business. So, you know, your business can be driven by social policies if that's part of, you know, the fundamental purpose of your business. Your employees, I think you need to be cognizant as GCs, you need to be cognizant of how your employees are affected by these societal issues. You know, and if you're not listening to that, then you're not doing them you're doing them a disservice, and by extension, your company a disservice. But, you know, I think Dion said it well as well. You have to know your company's values and the customer base it serves. And I think, you know, in this role, that's, you know, that's where I would take my cues.
Hey, any thoughts?
No, I mean, I think I shouldn't say no. I think it gets down to who are your stakeholders, your employees and your customers, and what kind of position do you want to take and how does it all fit in? And it's also a question of company culture. And honestly, I don't envy anybody who has these decisions to make, because it's a slippery slope. But maybe it's a slope you need to be on, because either way you're there. If you're, to me, I'm interested in reading some more of the legal analysis about, a government punishing a person under the law for making a statement. That's going to be an interesting thing to think about.
Well, it raises First Amendment issues, obviously,
Yeah,
in their action, clearly in terms of what the state is doing.
And going back to the reason why politicians wanted companies to be persons was so they could make campaign contributions, right? So, it cuts both ways.
But it also reminds me of, Colin Kaepernick and Nike sort of embracing, something that was perceived to be very controversial. And so I hear what all of you are saying, that it really depends on the company's culture, what the industry is in, all of that. But is there, do companies and, do we have to worry about the future versus the past, I guess, as a business executive, right? So, we sometimes are focused on or the present or the past, but what will happen, 20 years from now? So it goes back to the cigarette company case, right? Example, 30 years from now, when people might be appalled that that the company didn't say something. Do we have to be concerned about the future, I guess, would be the follow-up question.
Absolutely. Because we, unfortunately, whether good or bad or indifferent, we live in a cancel culture environment now. And as I noted earlier, we have really tech savvy investors that are willing to do the research and do the Googling and go all the way back to the inception of the company to see what kind of positions they've taken before they want to invest in a company and become a shareholder. I think younger generations are looking to companies to be more diverse, not only within their board, within their executives and within their employees, but they're also looking for them to be more diverse in their thoughts and their ideals and their culture. And it may work for some companies and it may not work for others, but I think that this is definitely something that companies should take under consideration when they're putting together policies and communications and determining whether or not they should or should not speak out on societal issues while having those discussions in line with board and management.
I think what you will find is if you look at money flows into ESG funds, they do well when ESG funds are doing well, and they do poorly when ESG funds are doing poorly. So we can think the younger generation is different. We can, Lord knows, I hope the younger generation is different. But in terms of how they spend their money, they seem to be pretty traditional.
There were some questions in chat about consumers, but let's move on. And so, because we have about 15 minutes, I want the audience to be able to ask questions. Let's do one other last question and open up to the audience, especially since we have expertise here on diversity on corporate boards. So California passed a statute in 2018 requiring at least one woman on the board of each publicly traded company with headquarters in California by the end of 2019. And for boards with at least 5 members, there would need to be at least 2 women on the board. Since then, the share of seats held by the women on boards has climbed from 15.5% to 29%. There's also a provision dealing with underrepresented groups that includes obviously people of color, but also LGBT individuals as well. Lower court has recently found the statute unconstitutional as to underrepresented groups. There's action still pending against respect to board gender diversity. So I know that Janet and Kay both serve on boards. So is board diversity a good thing? And two, how do we achieve it in a constitutional way?
Well, of course, I think it's a fabulous thing. You know, and there have been strides made in diversity, less so in inclusion. There are not it's a pretty small number of boards that are actually chaired by women. You know, what the overall impact will be, I think will take some time to tell. But I mean, I'm someone who believes you shouldn't have an all-female board. I mean, that's not diverse either. And, you know, different perspectives and less just saying yes and more considered thought is a good thing. So you won't, and how do we achieve it constitutionally? I don't know the answer to that. But I do think there's a movement afoot to just go that direction anyway, because you get push from other directions, you get push from investors, you get, you know, there are others who are watching what boards are doing and who's on boards and who's on leadership pages, and that's also having an impact.
Are you now chair of a board? Is that my recollection?
I am, yes.
Okay, good. And so Janet, you also serve on several boards. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts are that diversity is a very good thing, especially when it's so diverse that nobody pays attention to whether you're a woman or not. You just have a conversation. I think people definitely bring different perspectives. On the other hand, what if all the evidence were that all white male boards were more effective? Would that be an answer for us? I think not. So I think the effectiveness argument kind of offends me. The answer is, I really do think, at least with women, we've broken the logjam. When I joined my first board in the 1990s, I guess, I was the only woman. I was the only woman for a long time. Being the only woman is about the same as having no women. But now I'm on two boards that are very evenly split between men and women, that are actually have ethnic diversity, and nobody pays attention to it. I think that's the goal. And how do we get there? I agree with Kay. It's pressure from shareholders. I believe this is an area where the government must not be involved. But I believe there are plenty of people who understand the value who will be effective advocates for diversity on boards.
Thank you. Dion and Ken, any thoughts?
Sure, I'll respond. As someone that's not on a publicly traded company board, of course, I would love to see more diversity.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, anyway. I would love to see more diversity in boards. I don't think, and I don't have the answer to whether you know, the constitutionality of it. I leave that to the legal scholars, for you guys to opine on that. But I do know that I am a member of the Executive Leadership Council, which is a group that's on LinkedIn. And every time that I see that a underrepresented minority, a Black female, a Black male, a Hispanic, Latino, Asian woman, female, non-binary member joins a board, I become excited, because that means that there is more diversity that is taking place on a board level, which is incredibly important to an organization, particularly in publicly traded companies. I agree with you, Janet, that shareholders have a voice, and the more folks that are investing in companies, Nike being one of them, you see that once more people have invested more in a company such as Nike or Apple, you see from all diverse backgrounds, you see that the board mimics its shareholders, mimics its customers. And I think that needs to be occurring throughout. It's really exciting to me what's taking place. I'm excited to see more women on boards. I know that there are organizations that are pushing for that effort. And I hope that that continues in the years to come. And, you know, I don't think that it should be mandated. I don't know if that's the best answer for it, but I hope that more shareholders will make a case and participate in meetings and making a push in ensuring that their boards reflect who they are as consumers.
Ken, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, gender diversity in the boardroom is growing. It's a burgeoning topic right now, and it's happening, but it's not at the pace that it should be. And let's be honest, it's only at the urging and indeed the requirement of some of these external factors. You know, whether or not government is a bridge too far. You know, it's still, we're talking about investors. It's ISS, it's Glass Lewis, it's BlackRock, it's Vanguard, NASDAQ. You know, there are so many other private industry, you know, groups that are bonding together and have basically come down and said, full stop, this is a good thing and I want to see it. And, you know, if the point is California legislation is unconstitutional, we've still got any number of external drivers here, because at the end of the day, you know, the first and best way to achieve board diversity is to accept and understand and appreciate and communicate the value that diversity brings, right? So I said it on one of the other questions, as GC of a public company, my charge almost always comes back to what's in the best interest of my stakeholders. So if you start with the fundamental understanding that diversity fosters productivity, creativity, and value creation, you know, there's nothing to sell. There's nothing to compel on people. You don't do it because necessarily it's the right thing to do. You do it because it's good for the company. You know, so I fully appreciate what Janet is saying about, hey, effectiveness is a little bit, you know, it's not the effectiveness test, but at the end of the day, this is what diversity, whether it's gender diversity or other type of diversity, that's what it brings.
You know, I think the challenge with the statute is that it does sound like a quota in that you're asking for a particular number. I mean, I think that is a challenge with the particular statute from a legal analysis perspective. Ken, did we lose you? You lost your video. But you know, but there are studies that show that more diverse boards, more diverse sort of organizations have better economic outcomes, more bottom line profit making. And do you find that, I mean, now that Janet, you're on this board that is half women and has a sprinkling of, you know, other underrepresented groups, do you find that the companies, because you've been on the same board for, you said a while, same board for quite some time, do you find that those studies, you think they're accurate?
I do think they're accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely believe diversity of any kind is helpful to better outcomes. I just believe that that's a place private organizations ought to get to by themselves, you know, whether through pressure from stakeholders or pressure from customers or whatever. I just think it's a place private stakeholders ought to get to by themselves. But I have, my experience is that they are much more effective.
And why would you, for the group, and then we'll turn it over to the audience, why do you think these organizations that are more diverse, you know, boards or senior management that are more diverse, why do you think they're more effective?
I think they bring, I certainly bring different experiences as a woman than men bring. People from different cultural backgrounds bring different experiences than other people. I think having the mix of different kinds of thinking put out in a situation where everybody actually really respects the difference and wants to learn from it is the most powerful way to get to great decisions. I think the problem with mandated diversity is you end up with people whose presence is tolerated, but whose thoughts are not. And so that's where I come to genuine diversity is the most powerful thing in the world.
Diversity with inclusion.
Yes.
Diversity.
Yeah. Exactly.
because I think to wrap it up, and then I'll open it up to the floor for questions since we only have 5 more minutes, is that, when you think of a corporation that's producing a product, how can, and selling a product, whatever the product may be, how effective they're going to be if they don't have women who are consumers, let's say, what the product is, or they don't have people of color who are, consuming the product, how they're really going to be effective at marketing and understanding. You see this sometimes in the tech industry where they come with some new device and they're, oh, women, for instance, women will react negatively toward it because it's sharing too much information, for instance, because, the people who are designing it are really not consulting a wide group of people in terms of what the impact of it. And so I think, I think all of you are spot on that diversity is very, very important. And it really is, it's one would say it's the right thing to do, but it does add to the bottom line. So we have 4 minutes now. Let's see if there's any questions in the chat. Please provide us some questions. Let's see. So BSEE is the federal agency that oversees offshore energy development. What would be the most important regulatory action you would recommend to BSEE? I'm not sure if how's that relevant to our panel. So let's move on. So Victor Flatt says, I guess we've addressed this. Well, 2 people, I guess it was the other question about stakeholders and consumers. So anyone want to talk a little bit of that? So Victor Flatt and Dan Martinez, I guess it was the earlier conversation, a lot of the conversation we had.
Dean,
yes.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Actually, I actually even asked an even earlier question, and I
did you?
Their answers to this. There was a reference to how the U.S. has the cleanest natural gas industry, or the most environmentally protective, and I think that's generally assumed to be true. But we also know that it could be so much better, and that a lot of the problems are caused by a very few number of actors, and yet there's such a pushback about bringing in regulation, even though the large companies have said they want that kind of regulation. And this seems to me such an easy thing to do if you really wanted to try to get to a lot of the negative climate impacts that natural gas, the industry, for instance, in Texas is having. How do we move that? How do you get that done? Because, it is true that methane leaks cause a lot of problems, and they could be fairly easily controlled, as we heard this morning.
Well, we are at EQT, we have a commitment to go scope 1 and scope 2 net carbon neutral by 2025. A big part of the way we're getting there is we're removing all pneumatic devices. We believe that will dramatically reduce, if not eliminate, our methane emissions. Would we object to everyone else having to do that? No. I mean, I think there are ways. It is clearly technologically possible to make natural gas even more environmentally friendly than it is. And I certainly don't object to states, regulating in this area.
Anyone else?
I think I alluded to in one of my comments that one of the companies I previously worked for, they were a natural gas producer, and they were working with Colorado, with the state legislator, with the governor, in addressing certain regulations that were put in place a couple of years ago. So I think it's really prudent with oil and gas producers that have certain acreage positions in various states to continue to work with state legislators on ensuring that gas production is safe and clean.
Any other takers? Because I think the hook is being pulled out, since I see all the enforcers, Susan and Tracy, have their videos on. So I guess it's time since this time. So I want to thank our panelists. I think they were fabulous. Let's give them a round of applause. Absolutely fabulous conversation and discussion. Thank you again for participating in this panel, in this conference. We're always delighted to partner with Blank Rome to put on this conference to discuss really important issues in the energy environmental space, but also how they intersect with sort of social and political and societal issues. So again, many thanks to our panelists for agreeing to participate, and they were fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Turn it over to Susan and Tracy, I guess, to do some closing remarks.
Absolutely. Although I do have some wrap up on the panel, 2 items. One is the moderator. It's hard to congratulate yourself. I wanted to thank the panelists and you for doing a great job. It was a wonderful in-depth discussion of issues that are right at the forefront. So thank you very much, Dean Baines. Thank you all of our panelists. Also, I wanted to let everyone know that we do have one final CLE code that's going to be posted to the screen now to cover the last portion of the panel. So I'll give everyone about, say, 30 to 60 seconds to record the number. And then we can move to some final remarks. What I would suggest is, why don't we go ahead, Susan, would you like to go ahead and offer your thoughts, and then I'll bring down the tent.
Thank you very much, Tracy. In closing our program today, first of all, I want to thank our speakers for a really dynamic array of presentations and insights into the world of energy at this critical time when the industry is making a carbon pivot. Thank you to our co-sponsor, the University of Houston Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Center, as well as the participation of everyone, Tracy, you, and everyone at the university. You know, the one theme that underscores today's program in terms of issues and presenters is what Sheila Hollis referred to when discussing change and how the world as we know it can change so quickly, and that we need to be prepared for that change and be flexible to benefit from these changes as they continue to cascade around us. Energy development, energy production, and energy needs are changing and evolving at a rapid pace, and will require all of us to work together on collaborative basis, which includes our government leaders, legislative bodies, scientific communities, industry, academic personnel, and thought leaders in order to get the best results for really our country and our world. Our lives are clearly more intertwined, and we're getting daily reminders, if we just look at the headlines, about how extensively our world is intertwined and we're sharing the same environment. So we really have to work together if we're to address energy needs, energy dependencies, and environmental and climate change issues. So I think today's panelists, today's speakers all only sort of emphasized or underscored all of that for me. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that the Blank Rome energy industry team includes attorneys from multiple practices throughout the country. We focus on all forms of energy development and production and engage in transactional, regulatory, and litigation matters of all kinds. Our energy lawyers are at the forefront of assisting clients as we go through all of these changes together, and are also committed to remaining flexible as we face this changing landscape. So thank you for this time, Tracy, and thank you for today's program. I learned a lot, and I hope it was beneficial to everybody who was also a participant.
Wonderful, and thank you, Susan. That was not only substantive, but also gracious. I very appreciate it. At the risk of triggering the Academy Awards acceptance speech effect, I have some people I'd like to thank as well. In addition to Blank Rome and University of Houston, this conference has also been co-sponsored by the University of Calgary Law School and by the Global Law and Policy Institute at the University of Houston, headed by Professor Elizabeth Trujillo. I want to thank them for their support as well as their input as we were formulating this conference and bringing speakers together. In addition as well, I did want to separately thank Blank Rome for their support, not only just in terms of being a sponsor, but also being an active participant in helping us think through the right topics and bringing particular speakers to the table which have made it a much deeper and useful conference. And if I had to offer my 30-second takeaway after all of the great presentations we had today, I think it may be from perspective that's shared by some of you who I see on the giant grid of Zoom participants, and that you've been in this field for quite a while. And you may recall, 20 years ago, that the renewable energy was the next big thing. And people were talking about building out hydrogen systems. And everyone was ready for the pivot to take place now. And then it kind of receded. I wanted to stress to everybody that we clearly now are at a point where the commitments are being made, the decisions are going forward, the investments being invested are at a scale where it is clear that the pivot is occurring now, that this is not something that is going to be temporary, but it's going to be our new reality. My hope is that as we look ahead to next year's conference, which we'll be holding, as I mentioned previously, at our brand new law school building, and we hope that we can invite all of you to join us there, we'll be able to dig deeper to some of the implications of the fundamental changes that are happening in the US energy industry and the global energy industry sector, and also the different policy and justice and transition issues that it's triggering, as well as other concerns that we hope you as our audience will bring to our attention. With that, thank you to all of you for participating in this full day conference. We appreciate your interest and support, and we look forward to seeing all of you in 2023. Thank you very much.